time for another guide to the arcades of a big company. We've done Data East, we've done Konami's 80s output, with the 90s still to come, and various others besides that. But this next one is certainly the biggest so far. It's Nakamura Manufacturing Company, which is, of course, short for Namco. Originally formed in 1955, they entered the arcade video game business in 1978 after years of making successful electromechanical games like Periscope and F1, and it wouldn't take them long to become one of the biggest video game companies going. This is, after all, a company that produced the most successful arcade game ever made, but there are plenty of other gigantic titles besides that one. And while we're obviously going to be looking at those, there's plenty of other lesser known affairs to look at. Quite a lot of games that never even left Japan, as well as games that aren't super well known in the West, but are actually massively important. It'd certainly be too much to go through the bulk of Namco's whole arcade history in one video. Hell, even trying to cover the 80s in one video is too much. For now, the plan here is to split into 3 parts, which will be completed as and when. The first part covers 1978 to 1985, essentially Namco's work during the golden age of the arcades. 1986 to 92 will see plenty more big titles, but it'll also cover the studio's earliest fully 3D games. And then 1993 to 1997 will see plenty of 3D arcade excellence, from huge fighting games to sports titles, and plenty more. That's the current plan, and we'll see how it goes. For now though, we're taking the games year by year and going all the way back to Namco's first original arcade video game from 1978. Let's get on with it. So, we start in 1978 with Namco's first original, GB. While they'd done a bunch of successful electromechanical titles before that, as well as releasing a few of Atari's arcades in Japan, this is the first original Namco video game. Conveniently enough, seeing as one of the Atari games that Namco released in Japan was Breakout, this is a take on that game. It's also Toru Iwatani's first work for the company, and he's going to become a pretty important figure to say the least. Iwatani's initial goal was to work on pinball titles, and GB is a reflection of that. It's a breakout game with a pinball layout, complete with a few bumpers and solenoids to hit alongside the blocks that you have to break, with the ball gradually getting faster as it hits the bat. It is still a fun little diversion, and the game was a modest success. It wasn't big enough to break the grip that Space Invaders had on the arcade floor, but it certainly helped to get Namco's name up there in the video game world. GB had 2 follow-ups, and conveniently they're both located right here at the start of 1979. Bombi here is the first one, and it largely keeps to the same formula. Although the layout of the table is slightly different, there's a fair bit more colour kicking around, and the sound has been improved. Other than that, it's much the same as the original GB, and again, it's still quite entertaining. This game also allows you to earn extra lives, which you couldn't do in the first game. The third and final game in this little series is Cutie Q, which was released as a conversion kit for the 2 older titles. While the design on this game was largely headed up by another important name in the shape of Shigeru Yokoyama, Iwatani still worked on the sprites, and this game does feature a bit more character. Indeed, you should probably take note of the little ghosts at the top that you can hit, seeing as they'd also be featured in Iwatani's next title, you know, the one that's all about going around a maze and eating dots. Even if the 3 GB games weren't the big hits that Namco hoped they would be, they're still quite fun even today. They paved the way for much bigger games to come, and it's not long at all before the company actually do deliver their first truly massive arcade hit. And indeed, here it is. On October 31st, 1979, Namco released Galaxian, a game largely designed by Kazunori Sawano. This is the first title we're looking at in this video that really doesn't need much of an introduction, but its direction is clear. Namco and their president, Masayo Nakamura, wanted a game that was like Space Invaders, but better. Not the easiest task, but Sawano and his team pulled it off. This is one of those early games that, on its own, really feels like it's taken the entirety of the arcade up a notch. You may still have the waves of enemies at the top and your fighter that can only move at the bottom, but now those ships are moving in a wholly different way, diving down at you to release volleys of shots or simply crash into you, seemingly doing everything they can to stop the Galachip from taking them down. It feels so much more aggressive than Taito's title, and the constant bed of sound, the humming of those ships and the whistles as they take their dives, that certainly helps a lot. Sawano wanted to make the game feel like a proper space battle, with scenes from Star Wars being a clear influence, and considering the state of arcade technology in 1979, I think they managed to pull it off. In 1979 and 1980, Galaxian was basically the second most successful arcade game out there. In Japan it was only ever behind Space Invaders, and in the States it was only beaten by Asteroids. One of the most influential games of them all, one of the biggest hits of the early arcade years, still very playable now, and obviously it's been referenced many times in other Namco games, whether it's as a cameo in plenty of other titles we're going to be looking at here, or being able to have a quick round of the game while you're waiting for Ridge Racer to load on PlayStation. Legendary. Finally, in the 1970s, we have SOS. This is one of 3 fully monochromatic arcade video games that Namco released, the sort of thing that harks back to their electromechanical days. This is a pretty basic shooter, especially when compared to a game like Galaxian. You play as a fighter plane called the Shinyaku, other planes come down at you, and occasionally the SOS signal sounds and you need to head to the left or right of the screen. There's not a lot else to say about this title, although it might have a certain place in arcade history seeing as it is kind of a jazz game. The main pull of the title is that when you score 2,000 points, you get a coffee break, at which point you see a little picture of a lady with very little on. There is actually a nudity setting in the dip switches as well. If you flick that on, the lady is topless if you earn 6,000 points, and if you earn 10,000, then she's fully in the buff. Namco only ever did a couple of arcade games even close to this nature, which does make SOS a very strange little curio, especially when you consider just how old it is. Other than this cheeky factoid though, there's not much special about it. Kaite Takawa Sagashi, or Undersea Treasure Hunting, is our first Namco game from the 1980s. It's another monochromatic one, although it can also be played with a bit of colour. It is another rather simple affair. It looks a bit like those age-old sub-hunt type games, or Periscope even, but the aim here is to successfully guide your diver down to the sea's bed and pick up some goodies without getting him eaten, then take him back up to the ship, once again avoiding the fish. He does have a harpoon that he can use against those dreaded fishies in a pinch, although it's not the best of weapons. Again, it's a very simple game, and I am afraid to report that there are no scantily clad lady-based awards here. So, yeah, a rather average one where there's not a whole lot to say. The huge success of Galaxian would, of course, lead to Namco making some pretty significant follow-ups, big games that we'll be covering later on. But before the full-on sequel that was Galaga, we do have a variant on the game in the shape of 1980s Kin and Balloon. This is something of a humorous take on the Galaxian formula. You have a bunch of droning balloons at the top that shoot at you, but when they dive down they're actually aiming to take the Kin who's rather uselessly flapping around and panicking at the bottom. You must protect said Kin, who also speaks. He shouts, "Help!" when he's in the air, "Thank you!" when you shoot the balloon down, and "Bye-bye!" if he gets taken off to God knows where. This is Namco's first game, and indeed probably one of the first games around at all, to use some proper voices, and it does add another touch of comedy to this rather absurd little situation. Not a game that was particularly successful in the West, but I get a little kick out of this one.
you.
Navarone here from February 1980 is the calm before the storm, especially looking at the entry coming next. It is another monochrome game, although again there is a colour version kicking about. I don't really get this one, I'm afraid to say. It's a bit of a puzzler in that you shoot dots and bombs, although I always seem to get myself into a situation where I can't actually shoot anything else, aside from the skull in the middle whenever it gets an opening. It's all a bit confusing, really. I feel like I'm probably missing some sort of trick here, as much as this is clearly a very minor entry in Namco's arcade canon. Hey ho. I guess it's time to move on to the feature presentation. Yeah, it's not too long before we get here. Originally released in Japan on May 22nd, 1980 as Pac-Man, comes to the West via Midway on October the 10th as Pac-Man, this is the most successful arcade video game ever made. The kin of kins, with total revenues well in the billions, Pac-Man's record is one it will surely hold forever. Nothing's even remotely close to it in terms of success, a game that basically grabbed everybody, male or female, and got them playing games. What is there to say? A lot of the big stories are pretty damn well known, of course. The name change in the US due to worries over arcade rats making swear words out of that title, Midway not necessarily thinking that the game was going to be that big of a hit at first, and not even having the first chance to buy the title. That went to Game Plan, and the decision on who was going to have the first pick of Namco's titles at an arcade expo, the 1980 AMOA, was taken purely on the basis of the flip of a coin. Game Plan won, and they opted to buy Tank Battalion and Kin and Balloon. A somewhat dramatic story, that must be said. The sort of thing that they'll probably make a movie or TV series out of one of these days, I'm sure. It's hard to say much that's new about Pac-Man in a little entry like this, so it's best to just appreciate it for the brilliant game that it is. A lot of the things that make Pac-Man a classic aren't exactly by accident, seeing as Toru Iwatani was sick of space shooters and wanted to make something that would actually appeal to everybody. And so he came up with this character that was partly inspired by a pizza and partly inspired by the Japanese character for Kuchi, meaning mouth. It doesn't totally exist in a vacuum. You can see Iwatani's earlier attempts at putting more and more character into coin-ops with the GB titles, particularly those little ghosts that he made for QTQ, the third game. Pac-Man is where he went all in on that theme, and obviously it paid off pretty darn well, seeing as, again, everybody played this game. Women were playing Pac-Man just as much as the men. And everyone still plays it now, really. Hell, you can pretty much play it anywhere. Just enter Pac-Man into Google and you can play it right there on a frickin' doodle. We should perhaps move on for now, although there will be plenty more to say about Pac-Man in various other entries on this vid, including the American ones, such as Ms. Pac-Man and what have you. Although those weren't exactly made by Namco, they probably should be included here. There's a few games in this video that, while they weren't particularly massive in the West, were pretty successful and influential in Japan. Rally X isn't the biggest example, but it is the first of them. There's something of an urban legend surrounding the game. It's always said that when Rally X was presented at the 1980 AMOA show in the US, it was all the rage, while Pac-Man was ignored. This isn't really true, as neither game garnered a whole lot of attention, although Midway picked both of them up for release in North America. Rally X is, like Pac-Man, a bit of an evolution of Sega's age-old Head-On, only here you've got a much bigger and more maze-like level where you have to pick up flags while dodging the other cars. You've also got to avoid boulders on the track, and you have a few smoke screens that you can use in a pinch when you're being pursued. You do also get a radar that you can use to track both the positions of the flags and those enemy cars, which sure does come in handy. One arcade first here is that this is the first of Namco's games to feature a bonus challenging stage, or challenging stage as it's originally translated. Now I must say that I absolutely adore Rally X. Hell, I enjoy this game almost as much as I enjoy Pac-Man. That said, we do have an even better sequel coming up in a few games' time, so it might be better for me to really get into my love for the game there. In any case, this is a Golden Age classic. While commercially, Game Plan obviously didn't make the best decision by choosing Kin and Balloon and Tank Battalion over Pac-Man and Rally X, the two games that they did pick are both at least very good. Tank Battalion is a damn fine single-screen game. Here the board consists of your tank, a wave of enemy tanks, and a bunch of destructible walls. Your mission is to destroy said tanks and protect your base, which is represented by an eagle at the bottom. It is a pretty fair game. You've simply got to get those other tanks before they get you, and seeing as two shells cancel each other out when directly fired at each other, the best way is to do that through an opening you've made, or by getting the jump on them. Again, it is a somewhat simple game, and not a big arcade success, although the concept was good enough for a couple of later sequels. You may well want to play the Famicom's excellent Battle City from 1985 over this original, for example. We're into 1981 now, and we've got a couple of very significant shooters, the first of them being Bosconian. Once again, Bosconian brings something entirely new to the table. It's the first space shooter to feature proper 8-way movement, where your ship's always in the centre of the scrolling screen. The idea here is to take out the enemy's space station in each level, and you can do this in two ways. Either you take out their pods one by one, or you aim a shot right at the core. Doing it the longer way, pod by pod, earns you a lot more points, although blasting the core does decrease the enemy's level of alert, which is very useful if you've got quite a lot of their ships coming at you, so it's all about adjusting how you play accordingly. Again, Bosconian was a much more successful game in Japan than it was in the West, good enough for a couple of sequels, one of which we'll be seeing later on when we get to 1989, and the whole Bosconian saga also features quite a lot of backstory and lore about the story of the Bosconian Empire and what have you, something that is rather uncommon for such an early arcade game. As you would expect from another game that is generally regarded as an arcade classic, this is all pretty fine stuff that is still very playable. And now, well, it's time for Galaga. Galaga? Galuga? No matter how you choose to pronounce it, it is the sequel to Galaxian. Indeed, it is one of the first examples of a proper sequel in the arcade. There is this as well as Konami's Super Cobra, also from 1981. Galaga takes the Galaxian formula and improves on absolutely everything. The movement of your starfighter and the rate of your shots are both a great deal faster, something that designer Shigeru Yokoyama partially took from speed-up hacks of the original Galaxian. You now have the addition of the boss Galagas, the ships that take 2 hits to kill and can also capture your fighter with a tractor beam, which can be worth doing if you then take that ship out and end up with the dual fighter, depending on how you like to play the game. There are also the iconic challenging stages, with all the alien ships flying around in pretty formations as you try and take them out, something that was actually based on a bug in the game where some enemies would fly off and never actually return to formation. Now, if you're familiar with some of the arcade vids I've already produced, you may know that Galaga is one of my absolute favourite games of all time. I love everything about this title, and it's got a far bigger place in my heart than the original Galaxian. In comparison to the previous game we looked at, Bosconian, the performance of both games was actually pretty equal in Japan. However, Galaga had a lot more staying power in the West, basically becoming a part of an arcade's furniture. The game was still turning solid profits well into the second half of the 1980s. One of Namco's greatest ever games, one of the best arcade games ever made. Yeah, for me this is basically a perfect title. New Rally X is up next, a sequel of sorts to the 1980 title. While for the most part New Rally X is more of the same, there are a few little upgrades, the most notable of which is the addition of much better background music. There's also new and better designed mazes, and a fair bit more colour. The general reception, at least in the West, for Rally X can be a little bit mixed at times, which to be honest, I don't really get. I love the daring nature of a maze game like this, one where you've got to keep one eye on your car and another on your radar. It's the sort of title that really does benefit from repeated attempts, to the point where you've learned those levels and can travel through them instinctively. When you see all those dots coming at you, but you just about manage to scrape past them because you know the stage, and you can get out of dodge that little bit quicker, ideally while picking up the flag you're after, there's something really satisfying about that. You start a stage by quickly planning out a route on the fly, then execute it as they get closer and closer. It's absolutely gripping stuff. While it is a big title, again Rally X was huge in Japan, with this version in particular being a very significant hit, I kinda feel like this game as a whole deserves a lot more love. Finally, in 1981, we have Warp and Warp, simply known as Warp Warp in North America. This is another simple little single-screen game that uses similar tech to that seen in Tank Battalion, but it has a great premise. You're up against these aliens called Bero Bero, but you can take them on in two different areas. Every level starts in the space world. Here, much like Tank Battalion, you simply have to shoot those enemies down, and you can also take out their shots. Every so often the section in the middle flashes, and if you go into it you then enter Maze World. Here the aliens pursue you, and you take them out with bombs. Yes, this is quite a lot like Bomberman, only this was released well over a year before the original Bomberman. There's a couple of power-ups here and there too, although usually you can only get these power-ups in the other world. For example, you can find exploding bullets in Maze World that can then be used in Space World. This is a pretty engrossing game, the sort that definitely makes you feel as though you want another go after you've finished with it, even if it feels a little bit old-fashioned, even by 1981 standards. Now, going strictly by the alphabet, I should be starting 1982 with another Pac-Man game. However, it makes much more sense to leave that particular title for the next entry. And so we kick 1982 off with another major game instead, that being Dig Dug. The original Dig Dug is one of Namco's most successful arcades, for pretty good reason. It hits on a similar sort of vein to Pac-Man in that it's a title that damn near everyone can enjoy, even if it is actually somewhat sadistic when you think about it. I mean, this is a game where you can take out the Pukas and Figars by either inflating them until they burst, or by dropping a massive rock on their heads. The play here, especially when it comes to little details like the risk and reward of getting a big points bonus if you take on a Figar directly in front of you instead of attacking them from the back, is absolutely first rate, but the ultra bright colours and sound effects certainly have a big impact here as well. Everything from the jingle when Taizo Hori, for that is the main character's name, moves around, to the desperation on the enemies' faces as you aggressively fatten them up, is ridiculously memorable. The sort of game where every detail of it is so immediately vivid in your memory as soon as you start thinking about it. And again, like a lot of these early Namco games we're covering, it didn't exactly have an equivalent. These games weren't followers, they were trendsetters. And after Dig Dug's success, there were, unsurprisingly, a fair few studios trying to create digging games of their own. Another utterly justified classic. After Pac-Man arrived in the States in October 1980, 1981 was basically the year of the Yellow Dot Eater. Pac-Man laid waste to all before it, the top arcade by, well, a very long distance. With this in mind, there wasn't a whole lot of need for anyone to think about a sequel for most of 1981, because the game was flying so high. Still, as 1982 came around, it did become a consideration, especially for Midway. However, Namco didn't yet have anything planned on that front. And, in a roundabout way, that's what leads us to the most successful Western arcade game ever, Ms. Pac-Man from February 1982. The story of Ms. Pac-Man is quite the detailed one and can hardly be done justice in such a quick entry, but Midway enlisted the General Computer Corporation, or GCC, to do the job of making a sequel based off of Crazy Otto, their own high-quality hack of the original Pac-Man, with Namco's blessing, and Ms. Pac-Man was the end result. This little group of MIT students did a lot more than stick a pink bow tie on Pac-Man and call it a day. This is a full-blooded sequel with a bunch of different mazes, entirely different behaviour from the ghosts, other new little features like the move-in bonuses, plus all the new cutscenes, sounds and the like. Really, it's excellent, and it came at a perfect time. Just when Midway might have thought business for Pac-Man was flagging a little, Ms. Pac-Man arrived and they were dominant all over again. And I must say, if I had to make a decision, if I could only play either Pac-Man or Ms. Pac-Man for the rest of my life, well, Ms. Pac-Man would definitely be my choice. All the changes that GCC made to the game turn out to be improvements, whether they're minor or major. Now, I should have started 1982 by looking at Baby Pac-Man, but obviously it made no sense at all to cover that game before looking at Ms. Pac-Man. Midway's ideas for furthering the Pac franchise didn't stop with the first lady of arcade games. In October, they released this rather odd little title, clearly having the intention of creating an arcade game for each member of Pac-Man's family. Hanna-Barbera's Pac-Man cartoon made its debut in September, after all. Baby Pac-Man, made in collaboration with Dave Nutt and Associates, is a hybrid. Half of it's video game and the other half is pinball. You start by playing the video game, which is a pretty basic Pac-Man, and you go down the escapes at the bottom in order to play pinball. Now you may wonder why there's no power pills or anything on the regular Pac-Man, and that's because you earn lows, amongst other power-ups, by playing the pin. It's a unique little idea, although it didn't really work out. The machine itself was very unreliable, and it didn't review well. You can fire this up in MAME, although obviously you can only play half the game there, so it's not the full experience. Having played the actual arcade machine a couple of times, I can say that really it's kind of naff. It's certainly an intriguing idea, but the switching between video game and pinball doesn't really work in practice. It doesn't satisfy on either front, and you're just better off playing regular old Pac-Man. Oi, the classics just keep on coming. Up next is Pole Position. The evolution of earlier successful Namco electromechanical arcade games, such as F1, this was the studio's third biggest arcade of the decade behind Pac-Man and Dig Dug, something that totally changed the face of racing games. For something that came out back in 1982, Pole Position is about as accurate to the sport as you can possibly get. Basically the first racing game to feature true turning, where you actually have to properly turn into a corner and master the highly sensitive controls, rather than featuring just a visual representation of a turn. It's pretty difficult to get to grips with, but it's the sort of game that's quick enough for you to want to keep at it and gradually learn the intricacies of the Fuji Speedway. You can't exactly overstate the game's importance when it comes to the racing genre, and even if there's plenty of titles that are more advanced and more accurate than Pole Position nowadays, it's still worth taking a look at. Pole Position would take the lead in arcade racing and hold it for a good couple of years. Really, it was only challenged and then beaten by the arrival of Sega Superscalar games like Hanon and Outrun. In September of 1982, Namco finally released their own sequel to the almighty Pac-Man. Toru Iwatani's back again, and this time he's created Super Pac-Man. It's quite a different game from the original. Instead of dots, our hero now has to eat keys in order to unlock the doors leading to various bonuses and power-ups. The power pill has now been joined by something that will turn Pac-Man into a giant, essentially acting as invincibility and getting him through doors without needing a key. Also, he has a speed button this time. The AI of the ghosts has had a bit of a going over as well, to make them smarter. Now, the concept isn't bad, but Super Pac-Man doesn't really have the same immediate appeal of its predecessor. It doesn't flow as well, and it doesn't capture you straight away. Going around and getting all the keys just feels more bitty, for lack of a better expression. Iwatani himself, when looking back on the game, didn't think it was the best either. In the end, Super Pac-Man couldn't unseat the original title, or Miss Pac-Man, or other similar efforts that came along in Pac-Man's wake, games such as Mr. Do, for example. It was the sort of arcade that came and then just kind of went away after a few months or so, and it, along with the Baby Pac-Man title we looked at earlier, marks the beginning of a lean period for the arcade's biggest icon. That said, it's not as if Namco weren't producing other huge hits. Our final game of 1982 is Xevious. Once again, we have a game that in North America was only an average performer. The game did okay enough, but it didn't particularly set the arcades on fire. In Japan, however, this was a juggernaut. Masanobu Endo's vertical shooter was one of the biggest games around in 1983, and it's one of the most important shoot-'em-ups ever made. Even if it wasn't the first vertically scrolling shooter, it was staggeringly influential. Hell, near enough every arcade video I've done already seems to contain at least one game that is directly influenced by Xevious. And now we're finally covering the original. There are various firsts to be found in this game. There's the adaptive difficulty that changes on the fly, depending on how well you're doing, being able to use both bullets and bombs, at least in a vertical setting, kind of Scramble-esque, the presence of pre-rendered graphics in the shape of those invincible blocks that fly at you. All of this comes in one package, complete with plenty of secrets to find, enough for there to be plenty of strategy guides released in Japan based around the arcade, showing people how they could master the art of flying the Solvaloo. Much like Pole Position, the influence of Xevious on its genre is incalculable. It changed everything, and here in the West, the fact that the game was only a minor success tends to obscure just how important the title is. Simply put, shoot-'em-ups would not even remotely be the same without it. "1983 begins with another Pac-Man title, and this time Bally Midway and GCC are once again trying to get the Yellow Dot Eater out of his little slump. This is Junior Pac-Man from August, and you're now the Pac family's resident little brat, complete with propeller beanie. The gimmick here in Junior Pac-Man is that the maze is much bigger and scrolls horizontally, plus there's no escape tunnels. However, Junior is a lot faster than his dad and can use that to his advantage. The key really is to maintain that speed. Bonus items move around once again, but they do represent an obstacle of sorts because they change regular dots to fat dots if they touch them. These dots score more points, but they also slow Junior down, so you really want to pick them up as soon as you can. Junior Pac-Man is, on the whole, a better title than Super Pac-Man, although, again, it wasn't able to replicate the success of the games that came before it. It's appreciated by Pac fans, but it wasn't a big hit. Aside from a pretty damn good port of the arcade to the Atari 2600, this was GCC's last flirtation with Pac-Man. By this point they'd already started working with Atari, a deal that they'd made some time beforehand in order to settle up the court battle they had with Atari over their first successful arcade hack, Super Missile Attack, a battle that the much smaller GCC may well have won if it had come to its conclusion. On the whole, it's a weird entry into the Pac canon, this one. It, as well as Ms. Pac-Man, exists in a strange purgatory when it comes to copyright, seeing as Namco don't actually own them. Currently, they're owned by AtGames. This partly explains Ms. Pac-Man largely not being recognised by Namco in recent years, and Junior Pac-Man has hardly ever got any love from Namco, although there is a strange port of it, of sorts, that's included in Pac-Man 2 The New Adventures. The YouTuber Pojar has a video that's all about that, if you'd like to get more info. Honestly, so many of the games we've covered so far have been so important that it's a breather to come across something that's actually not incredibly well known, especially when the game in question's actually quite good. Libble Rabble, which was only released in Japan, is a fun little puzzler where you control 2 arrows with the help of 2 joysticks. The idea is that you take those arrows around the dots and bring the 2 ends of the rope together, covering as much of the surface and the dots as you can. In other words, it's a rather novel little take on kicks. There's plenty of critters that will stop you if they touch either of the 2 arrows, as well as the odd treasure chest bonus that you can get if you cover it, and it's the sort of game that does take a little bit of getting used to at first. However, once you get to grips with controlling it, it does become a rather satisfying puzzler. The game was actually quite successful in Japan, but Midway ultimately balked at releasing the game internationally, which, I don't know, I think that's a bit of a shame, as it is a bit different from the norm. Not the best looking of games, but a worthwhile puzzle title. Namco thought there might be room for another cute little mascot in the arcade market to go alongside Pac-Man, and with this in mind, 1983 saw the release of the first Mappy game. Another series of titles that's definitely far better known in Japan than it is anywhere else. Mappy's origins actually came from a Namco team that took part in robot making competitions. He was a micro mouse who was designed to get through mazes as quickly as possible. The game itself sees you enter the home of the Miyauki criminal gang and steal back various expensive objects that they've nicked. The mouse himself doesn't have any attacks directly, but he is invincible when using the trampolines, and he can use the doors to stun enemies and even produce a big microwave that knocks out anything in its path. While Mappy's general weak nature can make this game quite challenging, there's a lot of charm and character in the title, enough to keep it entertaining whilst you're learning it. Again, I really like this one, and I think it deserved a lot more attention in the West, but alas, it didn't perform well at all outside of Japan. If you thought that Super Pac-Man was something of a strange diversion for the Pac-Man series, 1983's Pac and Pal goes even further into weirdness. This is the third in-house effort, and the game does play somewhat similarly to Super Pac-Man in that you're not eating dots and you're unlocking doors. This time, however, you're turning cards to reveal the item you can then pick up instead of grabbing keys. There's also the Pal to consider. This character, Miru, isn't an enemy, but she will try to take those items for themselves and bring them to the centre box. Naturally, you'll want to stop her from doing that so that you can get all the points. Also, when Pac-Man powers up, he doesn't just become large, he also has a beam that can be used against the ghosts. All very odd, and it does kind of feel less and less like regular Pac-Man. I suppose it is a refinement of Super Pac-Man's concept, and it's a better game because of it. However, the concept itself just isn't that great in the end. Pac and Pal was, relatively speaking, another commercial disappointment. Although there is another version of it. Pac-Man and Chomp Chomp. This version of the game directly ties in with Hanna-Barbera's animated cartoon. Miru is replaced by Chomp Chomp, the Toon Pac-Man's dog. While there were initially plans to release Pac and Pal stateside in this form, ultimately those plans were scrapped and the game only had a very limited run of a couple of hundred cabinets in Europe, making this a rare title indeed. Other than the change in sprites though, the game is exactly the same. Pac and Pal is definitely one of the least known Pac games, seeing as it only ever had a full release in Japan, but it's more like a strange curiosity as opposed to actually being good. (1983) is full of lesser-known Pac-Man titles. In March, Midway released Pac-Man Plus, their official upgrade kit for the original game. The play here is, of course, reassuringly familiar. It's the classic Pac-Man and it's the classic maze. However, you may notice the odd little cosmetic changes, such as the maze being a different colour, or the ghosts now becoming smaller and sprouting a flag when they're vulnerable. The behaviour of said ghosts has changed once again, and the biggest differences in gameplay come with bonus items now making the ghosts vulnerable and invisible, and the power pills having some new effects. They can on occasion make the maze invisible, or they'll actually leave one of the ghosts unaffected. It's not a bad little upgrade kit, really. It doesn't make any drastic changes to the game, still giving players the classic experience that they're obviously familiar with. Super Pac-Man, this is not. All that said, when it comes to an upgraded Pac-Man experience, I would still probably go for Ms. Pac-Man over this one. Fozon is another game that might not be that familiar. Again, this one never left Japan. This is another puzzler of a sort. The goal is to fly this fin called the chemical of course, around the screen and pick up molecs or molecules in such a way that matches the pattern in the centre of the board. While the molecs come in different colours, the formation is what matters here. The main thing that's trying to stop you is called the atomic, and this flies around the screen while also occasionally separating itself in order to try and catch you. It's a simple enough game, but one that pretty quickly gets tough. As the patterns you have to do get more complex and the enemy gets more attacks, it can be very challenging to actually grab the molecs in the correct way. You have to be very precise with it, although you can press a button to throw off the last molec that you picked up if it happens to be in the wrong place. It's so-so. I think that the precision required to pick up those molecs properly quickly becomes irritating, and it's not the sort of title that I feel like I'd ever bother going back to. Just ban average. The huge success of Pole Position meant that a sequel was inevitable, and Pole Position 2 naturally hit the grid in June of 1983. While this was released as a cabinet, arcade operators could also easily convert their existing Pole Position machines to the new version. The main difference here is in the amount of tracks. The Fuji Speedway from the first game is now joined by the Test Seaside and Suzuka Speedway, with Test and Seaside being respectively based on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Long Beach Grand Prix West Street Circuit. More of the same pole position isn't necessarily a bad thing, of course. It's always good to have a few more tracks to learn, and there are a few little graphical improvements. Pole Position's arcade dominance continued thanks to this update cum sequel. It pretty much cemented the game's status as one of the arcade's front runners, a place where it would basically stay until around 86, 87 or so. We have one more obscure Pac-Man game to close out 1983, and once again it's Midway's turn. Will the flagging fortunes of Pac-Man be turned around by the introduction of a quiz game in the shape of Professor Pac-Man? I think you probably know already that the answer is no, but quiz games definitely had their place in the arcade around this time, and Midway thought it was worth giving it a go. It's slightly different from the quiz game norm in that the questions are based more around logic puzzles and pictures as opposed to general knowledge, and you do get the odd bit of animation here to make this a different beast to, I don't know, Anodyne Technologies' Progressive Music Trivia from 1985. But it is still just a quiz game, and the addition of Pac-Man didn't help turn it into a hit. If anything, it turned Pac-Man fans off because of how different the game was from the norm. Even if Pac-Man is such a well-known character, one of the best loved of them all in video games, these last few titles involving him do represent a rather lean time for everyone's favourite dot eater. You would be surprised at just how poorly they performed. Hopefully Pac-Man will be doing a bit better than this the next time we see him. "1984 begins with another sequel, and this time it's Ga+. The third Galaga/Galaxian game, also simply known as Galaga 3 when released in conversion kit form, wasn't anywhere near as successful as its two predecessors. However, it is still pretty decent. The big change in GA Plus is that you're no longer limited to moving left and right along the bottom of the screen. You can now move up and down, and this does come into play somewhat, with some waves of enemies now making their patterns at the bottom as opposed to purely coming in to go to the top. There's also a fair few more power-ups that you can get by taking out the boss Galaga ships. My favourite of these is definitely the tractor beam that allows you to pick up a whole bunch of alien ships and then use them as your own personal flotilla, throwing tons of firepower up the field and acting as a bit of cannon fodder. Although there are other power-ups such as speed-ups or fire rate increases that also help out. There's also a new challenging stage where you have to juggle enemies as opposed to just getting rid of them straight away, although I am admittedly kind of useless at it. Even if GA Plus didn't make too many waves outside of Japan, it came out right in the thick of the North American arcade crash. It's a very fine little sequel that is worth a look. Grobda, from late 1984, takes us into the world of tanks. This is a spin-off of sorts from Xevious, seeing as the player's tank in Grobda made its first appearance as an enemy in that game, and the simple aim is to get all the other tanks on the playing field before they get you. Don't get caught by their shots, and don't get caught in their explosions when they're destroyed. This isn't an arcade game that's reinventing the wheel or anything like that, but it's okay enough. You do also have a shield that you can use to protect yourself from those enemy shots, although it is rather limited. I do also like how the levels are called battle-ins instead of just being plain old stages. That's an odd cute little touch you get from Namco occasionally. Indeed, the previous game we covered, GA Plus, features parsecs instead of stages. But I digress. Grobda isn't a classic by any stretch, but it's perfectly acceptable and appropriately tough.
Just ready. Just ready.
The last few times we've seen Pac-Man, he has been in a bit of a state. Games such as Super Pac-Man or Pac and Pal weren't able to keep up the commercial standard of the series, mainly because, well, honestly they weren't any good. Something drastic needed to change, especially as arcade games continued to evolve beyond single-screen titles, and in the end a decision was made. Get Pac-Man out of the maze. The result of this is Pac-Land from August 1984, and happily this game gets Pac-Man right back on track. While it's not a direct tie-in, Pac-Land was very much inspired by the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Namco wanted a much more cartoon-esque game, and they absolutely got it here with a lovely looking title, filled with cute backgrounds and enemies, beautiful uses of parallax, and a lot of animation. Pac-Land features far more frames of animation compared to most of its contemporaries, and it definitely shows. There's also the way it controls. Pac-Land uses buttons instead of a joystick, in a move that's very much inspired by Konami's Track and Field. However, that doesn't mean you simply bash buttons all the way to the finish, as you've really got to change up your speed a lot. Sometimes you've got to be slow, and sometimes you've got to go fast. Anyway, this is an excellent game, a big hit that influenced a hell of a lot of other platformers, and it puts Pac-Man right back on top once again. It's almost as if that last bunch of games just never happened. Honestly though, if it wasn't for Pac-Land changing everything up, Pac-Man may never have made it out of the 1980s. We've got another update on a big title. Late 1984 sees the release of Super Xevious. Take off once again in the Solvaloo and take on the forces of the dastardly Xevious Empire. Now, this is one of those arcade updates that is pretty subtle, to say the least. At first glance, there's barely any difference between this and the original Xevious. The graphics haven't exactly been updated much or anything, really. In many ways, this update is one that appeals more to those who are already intimately familiar with the original to the point of mastering it. While there are a few new types of enemies, the main difference is that Super Xevious is simply a harder game, with enemy aggression and shot speed all getting kicked up a couple of notches. If you're only a casual player of Xevious like me, then the various changes that this game made are, in all honesty, probably going to be a little bit lost on you. If I was shown both games side to side, I'd sure as hell struggle to tell you which one was which. Masanobu Endo is of course the main man behind Xevious, but he is also the main man behind our final game of 1984, one that's arguably just as important. June 1984 saw the release of the Tower of Galaga in Japan, and this is perhaps the definitive example of a Namco game being largely unknown in the West, but gigantic on its home turf. Indeed, and perhaps unsurprisingly, Galaga was not officially released outside of Japan back in the day. It's only ever appeared in the West on compilations such as Namco Museum, as well as a Wii Virtual Console release in 2009 which saw the game largely getting panned in reviews. Anywho, Galaga is the first game in Endo's Babylonian Castle series. We'll see another one in the next Namco video, but this would spawn all sorts of other games, spin-offs, updates, even an anime series. When looking at adventures and action RPGs in particular, Galaga is monumentally important. It took elements from popular computer dungeon crawlers such as the original Wizardry and twisted them around into a game for arcade consumption, and the action RPG in particular would not be the same without it. With all that said, how fun is it to actually fill Gilgamesh's boots and make your way up this tower, especially nowadays? Well, your mileage definitely may vary. Yes, this game is slow, it's quite basic looking, and it is utterly unforgiving, one of the hardest games in Namco's history. Not only is it hard because of that slow movement, it's hard because of the various items you need to get to beat the game, and the outrageously obscure button combos and the like that you must do to get them. This was a game designed for people to share tips and solutions with each other, either on the arcade floor or through buying a guidebook. And if you go into the game without any of that, oh boy, bluntly put, you will be turned into mincemeat. That said, the importance of the Tower of Galaga is obviously undeniable. Just about every action RPG game, not to mention a load of regular RPG games, was influenced in some way by Galaga, and that holds true to this day. You may well get something out of it if you love early role-playing affairs, but be prepared to get your ass kicked to high oblivion. Baraduk, or Alien Sector, kicks 1985 off, and it's a shoot 'em up with a fair few light-hearted twists. The main goal of each stage is to take out enemies known as Octi in order to open up the exit to the next one, while also saving other aliens called Passets. These guys will help you out on the boss floor, dutifully sacrificing themselves by rushing straight at them. It is quite a nice game, and much more than just the answer to a trivia question. Baraduk features a faceless hero in a spacesuit who, at the end, is revealed to be a woman called Tobi Kissy Masuyo, and this game was released a little over a year before Nintendo's Metroid. You also get a spot of chance between each stage that can help you increase that passage shield even further, and these cute little aliens are certainly useful as you get further into the game. Just, for the love of God, don't accidentally shoot any of them. You'll feel bad about it for days, believe me. A very fun game to start our journey into the second half of the decade. It's time for another sequel. The original Dig Dug was one of Namco's biggest arcade games. In fact, it was second only to the original Pac-Man. With this in mind, it is a little surprising that it took Namco 3 years to release a sequel, but Dig Dug 2 is finally here, out in March of 1985. As tends to be the norm with Namco, it's a pretty different game in many ways. The game now takes place on various islands, and while Taizo, our hero, can do his usual sadistic trick of inflating his foes until they blow up, he can also use a jackhammer on the island's fault lines. If used correctly, this will send part of an island straight into the sea, ideally with loads of pukas and figars on them. However, if used incorrectly, Taizo could end up plunging into the sea himself. It's a very different game indeed, and unfortunately Dig Dug 2 didn't prove to be anywhere near as popular. In my experience, a lot of people just don't really like it much. Personally, I get quite a kick out of it, especially using the new jackhammer, although it is perhaps easy to see why the gameplay here just didn't grab people in the same way. That, and in all honesty, Dig Dug 2 does feel kind of old-fashioned for 1985, like a throwback of sorts, which is possibly why this sequel didn't see any arcade release outside of Japan, although the Famicom port did eventually come out for the NES in 1989. Perhaps if this game had come out a year or 2 years earlier, it may have turned more heads. The long gap between this and the first game makes me wonder if it ended up in some sort of development hell for a reason, allowing similar efforts like Universal's Mr. Do to steal its thunder. Hey ho. Dragon Buster is up next. While this game did get a little release in Europe, it is primarily another Japanese one, and although the title screen says 1984, it did actually come out in early 1985. This is another adventure game, although of the side-scrolling variety. You make your way around an overworld and into various stages, with the aim of getting to the final mountain, facing off against a big dragon, and rescuing the princess. Again, it's something rather new for the arcades, a game where you can see the foundations that make up similar adventures, whether it's something like Taito's Kadash or even Zelda 2. I must say, I don't particularly like playing this one, however. The music is very grating, the game tends to get filled with slowdown, and the controls are just a little odd. It is certainly a more forgiving game than the earlier Tower of Galaga, but if I had to pick one of those games to play, then it would be Galaga every time. It's just more interesting, and honestly has held up better even despite its ridiculous obscurities. Still, the game was another success in Japan, spawning a couple of other games including the Famicom-only Dragon Buster 2 and Dragon Valor for the PlayStation. Metro Cross is a much simpler arcade affair and a very enjoyable title. Coming out in May, the simple goal of this futuristic game is to get to the finish of each course. You do so by leaping over hurdles, avoiding various tiles that will slow you down, occasionally getting a big leap off a springboard and collecting cans of drink. Failing in some way doesn't do much except take a second or two off the time, but if you don't make it to the finish then, well, you'll be electrocuted. I get a kick out of this. It's something of a forgiving arcade game, the sort that will largely allow you to stumble your way through a few levels before it really gets serious, which is enough time to understand how you best go through each stage. Also, this did spawn one of the most amusing budget game clones of all time, the absolutely legendary Ninja Scooter Simulator on the Commodore 64. Metro Cross isn't a complex game, but then it doesn't exactly need to be. It's jolly nice and entertaining. Next up is a game that's similarly simple and yet entertaining, Motos from July 1985. This is a rather future sporty title where the goal is to bump your opponents off the stage before they bump you off. It's all about getting right in there and ramming the hell out of them. This sort of gameplay has been kicking around in the arcade since the dawn of time, but Motos does execute it very well. The presentation and odd little soundtrack definitely helps. And of course you do get some power-ups in the shape of parts. You can use these to either jump across a gap or get some extra ramming power, and you will need a bit of that as you progress through the game and come up against much heavier opponents. This wasn't a big success in the arcades, but the game's quite a lot of fun. The simple act of bashing up other cars is enough to keep you coming back for another crack at it. Our last 1985 game, and indeed the last game of this first part, is a rather cutesier affair. It's Sky Kid. I imagine this title is probably better known as a console game, and there's not a whole lot of difference between the Famicom version and the arcade Sky Kid, aside from slightly better graphics. The goal of both is to take your biplane across the stage, one that weirdly scrolls from right to left as opposed to the traditional way, pick up a bomb, and then drop it directly on a big target, whether that's an enemy base or a battleship. And then you make your way home. With lots of terrain in the way, as well as enemy ships and the like, the Red Baron can also take evasive manoeuvres such as a loop-de-loop in order to avoid enemies, and can also take some desperation moves to get the plane back under control if they're hit. However, you can only do this a few times, and you are kind of screwed if you get hit when you're too close to the ground. This game's pretty alright. I wouldn't say that I'm Sky Kid's biggest fan, but it does the job, and it does have some rather cute and bright little details that make it stand out from the more traditional air combat settings. As we reach the end of 1985, we've basically reached the end of the arcade golden age period. However, that doesn't mean Namco stops making arcade games, even if by this stage the company is also making plenty of titles for home computers and consoles. If anything, the second half of the 1980s will see Namco increase their arcade output, with more interesting curios, more out-and-out classics, and most importantly, by the end of the decade, fully 3D arcade games that will put them right on the cutting edge of the floor. But the end of the golden age is probably a good place to draw this first line. A lot of that work requires plenty of detail to cover, and it shouldn't be lost in a video that's just way too long and trying to cover too much at once. And so, the next part of Namco's arcade history, whenever it's released, will get into the 1986 to 1992 period, as their 3D work gradually becomes more and more prominent. Hopefully you've enjoyed this first part. Hopefully you've enjoyed it enough to do the classic YouTube things of clicking the like button, subscribing and hitting the bell, because that always helps after all. But until the next time, bye for now. For this second part of our look at Namco's arcades, we've left the Golden Age behind. However, this period between 1986 and 1992 is going to be one of gradual progress, certainly when it comes to the technical side of the arcade. While this video may not be filled with the legendary likes of Pac-Man or Galaxian or what have you like the last one was, they'll certainly come through here and there in a big way. We're going to see some seriously major efforts when it comes to scalar and 3D titles. There'll be some of the most ambitious and awesome arcade cabinets ever constructed, and because quite a few of the games we're looking at here never left Japan, there may well be a lot of really good games that you're not familiar with. By the end of this video, Namco are going to be right at the forefront of the arcades with all manner of big hit games, and they'll be ready to lead the pack when it comes to the rest of the 1990s and the switch into 3D. But through the games in this vid, we'll see just how they got there. We've got plenty of titles to look at, so we ought to get on. Let's head straight into 1986. We begin this second part with a Japanese-only title, Genpei Tomaden. This one came out in October. The title roughly translates to The Genji and the Heike clans, and you take the role of an undead samurai in a pretty well made hack and slasher. The gimmick here is that the gameplay switches between 3 modes. The small mode is essentially a regular old platformer, and a decent one at that, while the big mode is perhaps the most interesting, as you get right close into the action for some more intimate slashing. The movement of our hero is kind of intriguing, as it's one of those games where every limb moves individually. I wonder if this was a reference point to the rather infamous Ernest Evans, although this game pulls it off a hell of a lot better. Finally, you have a plane mode. This is top-down action, similar to your gauntlets and what have you. It's all quite nice, although you can probably see why it didn't leave Japan. It is highly steeped in Japanese folklore, complete with legendary figures from the feudal era. The game was praised very highly in its home country, and it has appeared in the West on various Namco arcade compilations. It's the return of everyone's favourite rodent come police officer, Mappy. His second game in 1986 is Hoppin' Mappy, and once again this is a game that never left Japan. It's also the character's final arcade outing. The play here is very different to the original in that Mappy now has a pogo stick and he's bouncing around a field, avoiding the meow keys and picking up treasures in order to beat each round. Goro's obviously still lurking, and the gameplay is, well, pretty simple. This is a perfectly fine game, and the Mappy character is most certainly an endearing one, although I think that the original Mappy is a bit more complex and engaging in terms of gameplay. This game finally got an official Western release in 2022 thanks to the arcade archives, and while this may be the Mouse's final trip to the arcade floor, there's certainly a few other Mappy games worth looking at kicking around in the home, particularly Mappy Land and Mappy Kids. We've still yet to see a game that actually got a contemporary Western release, but that doesn't mean we don't have big titles. The Return of Ishtar is 1986's sequel to Masanobu Endo's hugely influential 1984 game, The Tower of Galaga, and it basically follows straight on from the events of that first title. There Gilgamesh made his way up the tower in order to rescue the priestess Ki, and now they have to escape. I should note straight away that the gameplay here really isn't showing the game justice. Return of Ishtar absolutely has to be played by a duo, and you really can't hack it on your own. Both characters are obviously very different. Ki's got plenty of spells and can attack at range, although she cannot take any damage, while Gilgamesh goes close in with his sword and bumps the enemies, although this does always tend to hurt him a little. Much like Galaga, the game is hard as hell, full of obscurities and secrets, and seemingly only exists in order to sell strategy guides and the like. However, the game does actually come with a password feature, which is obviously a very rare thing to see in an arcade title. This game wasn't as successful as the original Galaga, but it was certainly still a hit. And again, there's basically nothing like this title around at the time, certainly when it comes to the arcade floor. Finally, we have our first game in this vid that got a release outside of Japan. And it's a big one too. It's Rollin' Thunder. This title's a big step forward for the run and gun genre, although not exactly a quick step forward. Indeed, it's often thought as the beginning of the walk and shoot style of game, one where the play has to be a bit more slower and considered. Shinobi, a game heavily influenced by Rollin' Thunder, is another pretty famous example. Anywho, this 60s-inspired spy womp is a justified classic. Agent Albatross makes his way through lagoons of the Geldra clan with his trusty pistol, using both the higher and lower levels of stages, and occasionally finding things like machine guns inside various rooms. Albatross has to watch out for bullets and grenades that'll end him immediately, although he can at least take a punch. The presentation on this is still excellent and filled with character, and the players, well, it's still so utterly familiar and easy to pick up. Let's face it, even if you haven't played the original Rollin' Thunder, you've likely played something that wouldn't have existed without it. A very important game indeed, and a strong hit everywhere. It's also cited as being one of the first games to use the soon-to-be omnipresent Jammer arcade standard for wiring, although it might be more accurate to say that it was one of the first Jammer games to be produced by Atari in the West. We ended the first part of this Namco arcade retrospective with Sky Kid, and here we have a sequel of sorts, Sky Kid Deluxe, which came out in Japan only. This is one of those updates where you can actually see a bit of difference between this and the original, largely thanks to more powerful hardware. The graphics have been given a big touch up with plenty more colours in the mix, and the annoyingly catchy music now sounds much clearer. This version of the game uses an FM chip. You also get a bunch of new enemies and a couple of new missions, although the gameplay itself hasn't been touched that much. It's still all about grabbing that bomb and then dumping it on your designated target. If you're a big fan of Sky Kid, and I'm sure there's a good few of you out there, then this is most certainly the best version of the game. Thunder Scepter is Namco making their big entry into the world of the Scalar arcades. It's basically their response to Space Harrier, and it's the company's most powerful arcade to date. This is a rail shooter, of course. The gameplay's quite similar to Harrier in that you've got to deal with both monsters and barriers of various description, although you do also get some bombs to play with, and you have a power meter that goes down with each hit as opposed to lives. Compared to Space Harrier, this game is a little bit rougher around the edges. It's certainly not as well remembered as Sega's game, but personally I really enjoy it, and I like that it also throws in a good few familiar faces from the likes of Xevious. Also, it's got a damn fine soundtrack. Once again, Thunderceptor never left Japan. It did get a sequel come update, mind you, called Thunderceptor 2, which mainly differs from the first game in that it generates a stereoscopic 3D effect with the help of a pair of goggles for the player to wear. This sequel is still perfectly playable in MAME, mind you. As someone who enjoys rail shooters, I would give a recommendation to this one. It's also the first of several games in this vein that we're going to be seeing in this part. We close out 1986 with a simpler affair. Toy Pop, which is another game that you could only find in Japan, at least until its later release on the first volume of Namco Museum. This is a cutesy single-screen game where the main goal is to rummage your way through presents in the search of 4 gold hearts that'll allow you to exit each box, although you'll also find various weapons along the way. Mostly these weapons correspond to various types of enemy that are walking around the box and trying to stop you. Gameplay-wise, this is something of a brighter evolution of the earlier likes of Tank Battalion. Indeed, the game's director Takefumi Hyodo had previously worked on that game's popular Famicom sequel, Battle City. This is one of those games that's actually very fun to mess around with once you figure it out. A very appealing old-school type of arcade, and another one that I would definitely recommend having a look at. 1987 kicks off with another lesser-known game, a shoot-'em-up called Blazer that, yes, is another Japan-only game. It is quite surprising just how many Namco titles in this video are Japan-only, but on the other hand this means that there's a lot of curious titles here that most people may not have played, and this is another good one. Here you simply ride in various vehicles and make your way through 10 missions, wrecking the shit out of yet another evil empire. Mostly you're on the ground and in a tank, although you do have a few missions where you're in a chopper and one where you're in a hovercraft. For the most part this isn't anything too groundbreaking in the world of shoot-'em-ups, although the viewpoint is a little different. Blazer uses a form of isometric perspective called Cavalier that, appropriately enough, was originally used to draw military fortifications. That's quite interesting, seeing as we're going to see a much more famous Namco title using the same perspective in a few games' time. Anyway, this is a very decent bit of shooting action. Here's a much more famous Namco shooter, Dragon Spirit. This is a much more fantasy-based affair. You control a big old dragon named Amur, and you're trying to rescue a princess, and it's classic top-down view stuff. In many ways, this is an evolution of the classic Xevious formula, seeing as you can use shots in the air while also bombing targets on the ground. There's a lot more power-ups here, mind, most of which will result in Amur sprouting an extra head, doubling his firepower. Dragon Spirit is a very pretty game, and a very sonically pleasing one too, although I have to confess to being rather terrible at it. Amur is a pretty damn large target, and I find it very tricky to navigate him through the array of shots and fireballs and whatever come in his way. You can take 2 hits, but they can go pretty sharpish if you aren't careful. This is a popular game, and we will be seeing a sequel for it a bit later on, but honestly, it's not one that I get along very well with. Right, on to another really big title. Back in the early 80s, Namco dominated the arcade's racing track with Pole Position, one of the most important and groundbreaking games of the Golden Age. A couple of years later, Sega started biting back with the likes of Hanon, Enduro Racer, and Outrun, overtaking Namco. But now, in 1987, Namco are back on the grid again. Final Lap is basically the sequel to Pole Position, and it is a monster of an arcade. Everything about Pole Position has been given a massive boost here, from the Suzuka Raceway to the steering, which is now way more complex. You've really got to get to grips with the brakes and the downshifting if you don't want to crash, and while you won't explode if you do, you will spin out and lose valuable seconds. Personally, I like to play this one Amiga style, with a mouse on low sensitivity settings, so that at least here in MAME I won't crash out constantly. The thing with Final Lap is that you don't exactly get the full experience here in MAME. The main pull of Final Lap on the floor is that it was an arcade first where you could have as many as 8 cabinets linked up with each other, all taking part in the same race and picking between one of 4 different and very recognisable F1 cars. This was the true Final Lap experience, and a big part of what made the game a juggernaut. This was one of Namco's most successful titles of the second half of the 1980s, and it helped them get right back to the commercial front of arcade racing. While playing this game in the home on MAME can't possibly do it justice, Final Lap is rightly another celebrated Namco arcade classic. Namco already have a pretty extensive arcade history by this point, and the next 2 entries are games that not only celebrate that, but also end up being pretty big hits in their own right. First up is Galaga 88, a title that came out right at the very end of 1987. For the most part, Galaga 88 is a game that takes the series right back to its more classic roots, leaving behind some of the more esoteric changes that we saw in Ga+, although it still has enough about it to be its own game. A part of this is because the game's now got a fair bit of brightness about it, with fireworks going off whenever one of the aliens gets blown up, or music to accompany the bonus galactic dancing stages. However, there are a few other new things, such as the ability to choose between a single ship or double ship, and potentially acquire a triple ship, or the ability to warp between worlds via the acquisition of items. Fans of the series most certainly loved it. The game was a big hit in Japan this time, and while I'd still always take the original Galaga over this one, it is a fine and heartfelt rendition. The other title that looks back, however, is more significant. It's the return of the Pac. Pac-Mania came out in November of 1987, and while it does take our hero back into those familiar mazes, a lot of things have changed. The viewpoint is the obvious one. This game uses the isometric Cavalier viewpoint that we saw a few entries ago in that Blazer shoot 'em up, but Pac-Man has found a couple of new abilities, the most important one of which is being able to jump over the ghosts. Most of them anyway, a couple of them can jump as well. This jumping can be important, especially as there's a lot more ghosts about this time, although the power will gradually diminish as the stage goes on. While power pellets largely perform the same function as they always have, special ones can also increase Puck's speed or double the points he gets for eating ghosts. In the end, there's a lot of very strong modifications here, and the result is a fabulous game. Pac-Mania is pretty damn close to the original's level, which is no mean feat at all, and it was justifiably a big hit around the world. It is the sort of game that could have potentially been a very fitting final bow for one of gaming's most famous icons. Indeed, it's Pac-Man's last appearance on the arcade floor for nearly a decade. Although obviously Namco had a hell of a lot more things that they wanted to do with the character, and a lot of what they did ended up being pretty damn good too. Questa, a Japan-only game from September, is another game that looks back somewhat. However, it doesn't exactly look back on something that's Namco's own, even if they did publish the original Breakout in Japan. Questa is a bat and ball game that's very much inspired by the Taito game that brought this old school style of gameplay back with a bang. Arkanoid was a huge worldwide hit in 1986, a lot of studios created their own bat and ball game in response to it, and this is one of them. Indeed, some of the levels are pretty heavily inspired by Arkanoid, such as the second one here, although it is actually a bit easier, thankfully. Anywho, even if this isn't exactly the most original game ever made, it's still fine if you're into this sort of game. Now, there are actually 2 versions of this game, as it goes. The second one, Special Edition, is also available in MAME. It is pretty much the same title, except that it includes levels that were designed by fans who'd submit them at Namco's amusement centres. This is one such level, which as you can see has a bit of a Pac-Man vibe going on. A generally quite acceptable bout of block bashing. We haven't exactly had a game that I would consider fully lousy yet, but happily we've got one here just as we get to the end of 1987. It's Wonder Momo. This game does seem a fair bit behind the times compared to a lot of the other stuff we've seen so far, and a lot of that has to do with it being Namco's final game on 8-bit arcade hardware, and it's not exactly the best of goodbyes. Wonder Momo is generally a very bog-standard beat-em-up with a few odd twists. You play as a teenage idol, for a start, and you also occasionally get to don a suit and execute a couple of special attacks, usually around the time that you get to the boss. Also, Momo does have a few poses that she throws in between stages, some of which can actually get surprisingly risque. Not that many people know this game too well, it is after all another Japan exclusive. On the whole, this is just a rather boring title. While there is a fair bit of humour in the game, seeing as it parodies all manner of silly tokusatsu cliches, that's not enough to really make up for the mundane gameplay. We close out 1987 with another platformer that goes pretty deep into Japanese folklore. This is Yokai Dochuki. Again, it's a Japanese exclusive, although it did get a recent Western release thanks to the arcade archives, with the game being rechristened Shadowland. One thing about doing this whole Namco series, along with all the Japanese exclusives, is that you really get to appreciate just how gloriously steeped in folklore a lot of their games are. I guess that's a part of the reason a fair few of them didn't leave their home country, which is a shame in most cases. This one is a fine title, if difficult. You are a boy named Taosuke who has been consigned to hell for making too much mischief in your life, and you must fight your way through all manner of oni in order to reach Yama, who casts judgment over the dead. This is a neat little platformer, although it is actually a bit more interesting in its home incarnation. You get things there like a piety meter that increases if you perform specific good deeds in the game's levels, affecting the ending that you get. That said, this arcade does actually have multiple endings depending on your performance, which is another rarity on the floor. Again, this is not a well-known game at all outside of Japan, but it was successful there, enough for a strange spin-off that we'll be seeing later on in the video. "1988 begins with a tank game, and a pretty awesome one at that. It's simply called Assault. This is certainly a different kettle of fish from the earlier likes of Tank Battalion. It's a proper tank game that uses dual stick controls, similar to the earlier likes of Atari's Battlezone, or indeed the much more contemporary Vindicators that was released in the same year. Assault is certainly a flashier game, mind. It uses hardware to rotate the levels and scales them when you get on a big old pad that throws you up into the sky, letting you rain down some serious hellfire on enemies. The game controls very well, even allowing you to roll if you need to get out of trouble quickly, and it certainly rewards repeated plays. Great music too. It is the sort of game that you would hope would be better known, although this one did actually come out in the States. There's also another Japan-only upgraded version of the game from the same year called Assault Plus, that once again mainly features a few changes in the visuals and different enemies. Another highly recommended title. Bakutotsu Kijute is up next, although it's easier to just call it Baraduke 2. The sequel to Namco's 1985 title starring the heroine Kissy Masuyo, you now play as another heroine called Taki, tasked with making your way down through the stages, rescuing the various incredibly cute Passets, and striking against the evil Octi family. This game largely features more of the same action, although there are a few differences. You now get a little ship that you start each life in, and this game is a lot more cartoony with a few more streaks of humour compared to the original Baradeuke. However, honestly, the original is a lot better, mainly because this game is so freaking unfair. You only start each credit with a single life, which makes the game a serious coin muncher. Arcade games that do this represent the absolute worst sort of bullshit, although we will be seeing an even worse example later on. There aren't exactly enough differences to make this stand out that much compared to the excellent original. That one paved the way, but this one really doesn't add a lot worthy of note, and I prefer the original Baradeuke's darker tone. In the end, this one is just average. Here's a trivia question for you. Name an arcade game that used pressure-sensitive buttons for attacks that isn't Capcom's original Street Fighter. Tough one? Well, if you answered Bravo Man, then congratulations. Award yourself an imaginary and non-consequential point. Bravo Man, which is probably more famous in the West as a PC Engine game, was a Japan-only arcade, and it's another side-scrolling game that's chock full of lovingly created tokusatsu parody, with Toei Animation even helping out on the game's design. And for sure this one succeeds at that a lot more than Wonder Momo does. It's a better arcade as well. The pressure-sensitive buttons are naturally the gimmick here, with 3 levels of attack depending on how hard you hit the buttons, and the highest level producing a big attack and a cry of "Bravo!" from our hero. If you're playing this in MAME, this will be represented through a fighting game-esque button configuration, which is easy enough to figure out. With a bit of shoot-'em-up action thrown into the mix, lots of wonderfully silly characters and voice samples, and generally fine gameplay, Bravo Man ends up being a good un, and it's also a much more successful game than you might think, with it getting raved about critically and performing admirably in the game centres. It should be stressed that the original arcade is a lot better than the rather mediocre PC Engine port. We haven't seen an awful lot of sports titles from Namco outside of the racing track, but in 1988 that's going to change, and the results will be rather mixed. Face Off kicks things into gear, and it's a Japan-exclusive ice hockey game. On the face of it, it's a pretty damn middling and lousy one, especially when just played against the computer, with graphics that do seem to be looking backwards. While it is a little cute, it does feel kind of 8-bit. However, that's not necessarily doing it justice. Much like Final Lap, this is another arcade cabinet that can be linked up. You could have as many as 4 people competing as their own individual player with those cabinets, and obviously that's not an experience you're going to get when you're on your own. So while this may not be the most impressive title in the video by a long stretch, that multiplayer experience is certainly something to keep in mind, and it did earn Face Off a few pretty good crits back in the day. I hope you're all ready for another really cool game that didn't leave the shores of Japan. There's a lot of those in this video, and this one here is called Marchen Maze. This is an isometric platformer of sorts that's thoroughly based on Alice in Wonderland. You play as Alice herself, you're in the mirror world, and you need to blow those lethal bubbles against all manner of the Queen of Darkness's cronies. This can be quite a tricky game. The viewpoint always means that there is a bit more of a risk of falling off ledges, and the difficulty seriously heats up to vicious levels in the game's second half. However, damn, it is pretty. I am quite biased as I do generally adore the look of isometric games like this one, the sort of thing that almost feels like an exaggerated bit of art design where the building blocks of a game are exposed for all to see, so the good looking graphics are plenty enough for me to want to persevere through the game's challenge. There is a PC Engine version of this game too, although to date Marchen Maze hasn't seen any re-release outside of Japan. Perhaps Arcade Archives will grab a hold of it soon. Back in the 80s Konami video, I looked at an unreleased game called Dive Bomber Squad and mentioned that it was a lot like a Namco game called Metal Hawk. And, well, here is Metal Hawk. This is a helicopter game, and it's often compared to Sega's Thunderblade. However, the gameplay here is quite different, seeing as it's largely a top-down game, and also a multi-directional one. The aim in each area is essentially to destroy as many of the enemy's units as you can and meet a quota of points within the time limit, obviously without getting blown up by them yourself. And yes, this sort of free roaming gameplay is very entertaining. It is a bit similar to Assault from a few entries back when it comes to the rotation and the scaling, but this is an even more entertaining concept. A lot of this is all about committing to big dives and climbs. Naturally, staying low makes it easier to take out the ground targets, but the enemy's choppers may find it easier to get you. So you may need to climb big all of a sudden. However, you've got to be careful not to go too high, because the enemy's jets could then catch you. It is a rather nice balancing act, and a very cool game. Next up, we have Mirai Ninja, another Japanese-only game. This one has you play as a cyborg ninja, fighting in various stages ranging from typical forests that could come from any era, to modern cities. It's a very fast-moving side-scroller with a vibe that's sort of like the earlier Genpei Tomaden, but honestly reminds me more of a souped-up version of Taito's The Legend of Kage. I love that game, and so unsurprisingly I quite enjoy this one because there's not one at all with speeding around, throwing shurikens everywhere, and taking down lots of bigger enemies. There is quite an interesting backstory here. This game was actually made into a movie that was also produced by Namco. The movie itself largely follows the plot of the game, what little there is of one anyway, and it did get a direct-to-video release overseas under names such as Cyber Ninja and Warlord. A shame then that the game itself didn't get one, as it is a goodie. Ordine, or Ordine, is up next. While this title did get a console release in the US on the TurboGrafx-16, the original arcade version only came out in Japan. This is a really nice cutesy horizontal shooter. Namco themselves described it as comical action, and it is one of the early gems in this subgenre alongside pioneers like Twin Bee, Fantasy Zone, or indeed Namco's own Sky Kid. The action itself is traditional enough, with enemies that you shoot down and crystals that you pick up and then exchange for better weapons in the shop, as well as a couple of bomb shots that can come in handy in times of desperation. This even leads to the opportunity for a cheeky little Pac-Man cameo. Mainly it's just a high quality shooter, one that people tend to be very positive about, and it's easy to see why. I would say that this is one of the strongest, more regular scrolling shooters that we've seen from Namco in quite some time, and it's definitely one that you should play if you've never touched it. The aforementioned TurboGrafx-16 home version is pretty good too. We're back to sport, and well, finally, it's time for baseball. It's amazing, all this time, and we haven't seen any arcade baseball video games at all from Namco. That's virtually unheard of for a Japanese studio. Anyway, you better buckle up, because Namco are about to make up for lost time. The first of what will be many baseball games is Pro Yaku World Stadium. This is the first in a long line of arcade games under the World Stadium banner, and it all started with a game on the Famicom called Family Stadium, which was released in 1986 and actually sold millions of copies, also marking the beginning of the RBI Baseball series in North America. With this in mind, it's little wonder why Namco would, from this point on, release at least one baseball game into the arcades a year for a long time to come. In a world where it feels like there's hundreds of very similar baseball games, Namco's efforts managed to rise straight to the top. As for the game, well, it's still pretty much regular old baseball, complete with the same crowd chants, graphics and shouts of "Auto" that you've probably seen in many other titles. With this game being so successful, something like World Stadium may be incredibly familiar, even if you haven't played it just because of all the other games that followed its template. I can't say I'm the biggest appreciator of it, and, well, there's a lot more World Stadium games to come. Hopefully I'll have more to say as I make my way through them. Right, onto something with a bit more meat on it. Not to mention blood and guts. The iconic Splatterhouse is stepping up to the plate, a game that really takes a twist away from the cutesy likes of Marchen Maze and Ordine. We're playing as Rick, he's in a cursed mask, and he must save Jennifer at all costs from the experiments of the evil Dr. West in what is still one of the definitive arcade horror titles. The game is chock full of these inspired and disgusting creations, and when you hit them, well, Splatterhouse doesn't take any half measures. They'll get absolutely pulped. Dashed across the floor, viscera all over the place, brain and sinew on the walls as the molecularly unstable creations meet the superhuman Rick's plank of wood. Some did raise questions about the arcade Splatterhouse's gore, particularly over in the States where originally the game only had a very limited release, not just for the violence, but for the odd religious themes as well. While this is the only arcade entry in the Splatterhouse series, there would be some excellent sequels in the home, and this original is obviously brilliant as well, filled with memorable enemies and bosses, as well as being a pretty fresh take on side-scrolling action. Right, it's time to take a bit of a leap forward. We're going back onto the track, and this time it's for Winning Run. Welcome to the world of full 3D. Released in December of 1988, Winning Run was in development for over 3 years, being made for a new Namco board known as System 21 or the Polygonizer. For a fair bit of time, Namco was actually collaborating with Atari Games on this hardware before the company's relationship broke apart. Atari ended up making hard driving with this hardware, while this is what Namco made, another Formula 1 simulator, but one with flat-shaded polygons that moves pretty damn fast, not to mention an appropriately spectacular environmental cabinet for the game to be housed in. Even if these 3D graphics don't look quite so hot today, the speed of this game means it can definitely still be appreciated, and it plays quite a lot like the company's other highly successful F1 games. Coming a few years after earlier commercial failures to introduce 3D to the arcade, such as iRobot, the people were now more than ready for the 1-2 punch of this game and Atari's hard driving, which hit the floor only a couple of months later in early 1989. Both titles were very successful indeed, and that was well deserved. If you can get past those flat shades, this is definitely still worth playing. Something like World Court Pro Tennis is certainly a subdued way to finish off 1988, especially after looking at the last game, because this is, of course, not much more than regular old tennis. Not a whole lot different to many other titles, and really a great deal more suited to the home, where it actually got a very good port to the PC engine. It is funny really, the golden age of the arcade started with an interpretation of tennis, and yet so few other arcade games that tried their hand at the sport were able to do much special with it. Aside from a few exceptions, Sega's Virtua Tennis being the biggest of them all, it's not a sport that's as well suited to the arcade as others, and this game is another example of that. Not bad or anything, but not something you'd likely play more than once. 1989 kicks off with the return of Bosconian. Blast-Off is the game's official sequel, coming 8 years after the original. However, it is a very different game. Whereas the original Bosconian was a multi-directional shooter, this is a more straightforward vertical one, where your starfighter fires circular lasers at the various fleets of the Bosconian Empire, occasionally switching to a bigger mode when you fight a boss. Some of the principles of the original do remain. You have satellites that you need to destroy in order to keep the enemy's alert conditions down, and you do this by cycling through various forms of fire, such as spread shots that are better at taking out the enemy waves, or straight shots that are more accurate and useful for taking out the satellites. This is a half-decent shoot-'em-up, although it doesn't stand out compared to some of the others that we've seen in this video, being rather more generic even than the original game. I would also say that Final Blaster, another vertical shmup Bosconian sequel that hit the PC engine in 1990, is a considerably better game than this one. Burning Force is another scalar title that takes a leaf out of Space Harrier's book, although it is a considerably more polished one than the earlier Thunderceptor. Both games have really excellent music though. You're controlling an air bike in this title, and aside from boss areas and the odd jump here and there, you can't move vertically, although you do thankfully have a fair bit of firepower to deal with the enemies. Burning Force is also another Namco game that features a female hero. Hiromi Tengenji is the cadet in charge of the air bike, and later titles such as Namco X Capcom on the PS2 tend to pair her up with Kissy Masuyo from Baraduke. The nice graphics and aforementioned brilliant tunes make this a pretty good non-Sega scalar game, although most people outside of Japan probably know it better as a console title. Once again, the original arcade was a Japanese exclusive, while the later port over to the Mega Drive was released worldwide. Definitely play this one if you haven't. We're blasting off into the cosmos once again, and this time it's for Dangerous Seed. Conversely, this is a game that enjoyed a worldwide release to the arcade floor, but the later Mega Drive port was exclusive to Japan. It's another bout of space shooter action, and the gimmick here is that you're in control of 3 ships named Alpha, Beta and Gamma, each with their own specific powers such as lasers or shooting in multiple directions. Chronologically, this was actually the last arcade that Namco released in the 1980s, coming out in December, and yeah, it's a perfectly average finish to the decade. Far from the best shmup in the world, although perfectly acceptable for a good few minutes of blasting. Again, the most memorable thing about the title is probably the music. We're definitely seeing some really good stuff in that department from Namco in the last few titles. It is typically fine if completely unoriginal. We're racing again, and this time it's Dirt Fox. Here we have a top-down racer that switches between on-road and off-road sections, and one where happily you're controlling the camera as opposed to the car, which always makes these games a bit more palatable. This is another game where just playing the single-player mode doesn't give you the whole picture. Much like Final Lap, a Dirt Fox cabinet can be linked with 3 others, allowing 4 players to take each other on to see just who can last the longest. So even if you might be utterly unimpressed with this game if you play it on your own, it is important to keep that in mind. While this wasn't as successful a title as Final Lap by any stretch of the imagination, these heavily multiplayer focused arcade experiences from Namco are still very welcome indeed. Finest Hour is up next, and this one is an arcade stab at a mecha game, complete with dramatic storyline and a big old robot called Cygnus with lots of weaponry and a big old jumping jet. This is kind of a weird one. It may possibly be something to do with MAME, but this game seems to always be a bit buggy for me. I always come across something that I can't pass, whether it's a seemingly impossible jump or literally not being able to move forward at the start of the second level. Now again, I'm not going to pass full judgment because it may be some other issue. What I can play is at least decent, with a mech that can dash around and jump all over the shop, regenerating health in the shape of a temperature meter, and some pretty damn impressive looking enemies. The most interesting thing about this title though, is that it is absolutely full of love for Rush. Not only do you have the aforementioned robot named Cygnus, but you've got all the names for the stages. Round 1 is called Middletown Dreams, Round 2 is Distant Early Warning, and the other 2 are called Subdivisions and Grace Under Pressure. You have to beat these 4 rounds twice if you want to complete the whole thing, and as a huge Rush fan, well, I can certainly appreciate this game even if I do keep running into trouble with it. It's time for another big racing link-up, and it's 4 tracks. This one is all about quad biking, and the ideal configuration in the arcade is that you've got two big dual cabinets, each one fitting 2 players, for a maximum of 4 racing against each other and the CPU. So yeah, it is basically final lap only off-road. The amount of jumps that are on the course means that you're definitely going to have to do a lot of gear shifting, and the controls can once again be a little finicky in MAME, although you will do fine enough with the right configuration. This one is fine if you enjoy this sort of racing. Personally, I'm not that big on it, so I'd much rather go with final lap, but it is what it is. This game did get another very average port over to the Mega Drive in 1991, where the name was changed to Quad Challenge. This was at least novel by virtue of being the first console ATV game, but it's nothing particularly special. Xevious is another shoot 'em up, and this time it's got a Greek theme. You play as Apollo, you ride on Pegasus, and you have to save Artemis from all manner of mythological monsters. There's not exactly a lot of faithfulness to Greek mythology beyond the names, although there's certainly a lot of awesome looking creatures. I'm mainly familiar with this one from its Mega Drive port, which is a perfectly okay shooter. Much the same is true of this arcade, although naturally there is some stuff here that was missed out on console, such as some very cool scalar-based sections where you're diving towards the ground. That and the scenes of Artemis getting tied up and what have you that happen in between stages. These are much more risque in the arcade, and part of the reason why it never left Japan. When the game got a worldwide port to the Mega Drive, these scenes were thoroughly cleaned up. That aside, Xevious is a fairly standard shooter in the gameplay department, although it does get a boost from its pretty graphics. I told you more baseball was coming, didn't I? This is Pro Yaku World Stadium 89 Kamakuhan, and apparently the suffix translates to raising the curtain. This is much the same game as the first. In fact, beyond the music being a bit different here, and actually a great deal more annoying, I'd really struggle to pick out any differences here. What I can tell you by now is that I do not particularly care for this as a baseball game. I've played enough of these so that I don't struggle much with hitting the ball, but fielding still proves to be a nightmare. The constant annoying thing is that when the opponent hits the ball, I want to roughly know where the fielder I'm controlling is. At least the one who's got the best chance of catching the bloody thing. This game doesn't tell me, and so I constantly end up missing it. Like, give me some sort of friggin' indicator. Anyway, this is going to be a repetitive theme when it comes to all of these baseball games, because they're not exactly going to be moving on a hell of a lot. Next up is another Japan exclusive game called Rompers, and it's quite a decent one. You and your straw hat make your way through 61 rooms where the aim is to grab all the keys while avoiding the various enemies. However, you are able to get at those buggers by pushing walls down on their head and violently flattening them, at least temporarily, because they will hatch again back out of an egg if you dawdle. Also, some enemy types can push the walls down on you if you aren't careful, so you best watch out for that. This is very nice and cute, and the sort of game that, again, you think it might have been nice to see in an arcade outside of Japan. Seeing as how so many of the arcades we're looking at in this video are Japanese exclusives, perhaps Namco were kinda making console games their main focus back then, as far as the West goes, with the main Western arcade releases being the big racing games and the like. But, as we've seen, there is a whole other world of arcades outside of those titles. And here we have a really freaking special title that, again, didn't hit the arcades outside of Japan. I think if there's one Japan exclusive game from this video that really should have had a worldwide release, it's this one, Valkyrie no Densetsu, or The Legend of Valkyrie. This is another game with big RPG energy, one where there's a fair bit of plot and the ability to upgrade Valkyrie's weapons and spells and the like, although this is much friendlier than something like Tower of Galaga or Return of Ishtar. It's not all that far removed from Gauntlet really, although obviously the world here is much more detailed. I mean seriously, this game is lovely looking, one of the prettiest games we've seen from Namco in quite a while, and it comes with an absolutely fantastic orchestral soundtrack. It is such a great looking and sounding game that it's quite surprising it comes from 1989. I would have put it at least 3 years later than that. The gameplay's done to an absolute turn too, with the best sort of top-down action. So yeah, I can hardly fault this one, and I'd go as far as to say it's one of Namco's best arcade games ever. Absolutely fantastic, and utterly criminal that it didn't get a release outside of Japan. I can't recommend any of the more obscure games in this video higher than this one. While we still have a couple more years to cover in this video, I'll look at Namco's 1980s finishers with the second incarnation of Win in Run. This is Win in Run Suzuka Grand Prix. There are a few big differences here compared with the first one. Firstly, and most obviously, the racing now takes place on that most fabled of tracks, the Suzuka circuit, just as it did in the original pole position and final lap. Secondly, while the gameplay isn't all that much different, there have been a few little changes in the presentation, mainly in the HUD layout. Again though, the biggest change is something you don't necessarily see here. While the original Win in Run was a strictly single player experience, this one, like so many other Namco racing titles, has LAN capability. Up to 4 racers can compete in their respective cabinets, practicing first and then going against each other on the course to see who can either last the longest or complete a set number of laps. Definitely a crowd pleaser back in the day, although this version of Win in Run was exclusive to Japan. Even if the look of this may not have aged well, you can see the building blocks here of some all-time classic racing games that will be released in the coming years. Our journey into Namco's 90s arcades begins with Dragon Saber. This is the sequel to the popular Dragon Spirit, and in a lot of ways it is a much better title. However, there is a big caveat. The good is that damn near everything about the game is improved. It's a lot prettier, the music is better, and it's got some terrific action and some awesome abilities, especially if you do things like wait a couple of seconds to charge up your shot and throw a massive dragon-shaped beam out at the enemy. Generally, it's all good. However, you must play the Japanese version of the game, and not the world one. The world one is racked with complete bullshit. If you put in the bog standard single credit, you get 1 whole life. You die in 1 hit, and if you lose that, well, back to the start of the stage you go, no matter where you made it to. You need to put in 2 credits in order to get 3 lives, which is quite frankly a load of greedy bollocks. I can appreciate putting in 2 credits for a technically powerful game like a 3D rail shooter or racing title, but for a standard vertical shoot 'em up? Piss off. This isn't even like the old Atari trick of putting in 2 credits to get 7 lives or whatever. This is putting in 2 credits for what you would expect to get for 1. Now, as much as this really doesn't matter much in the world of MAME, it deeply annoys me, and happily you don't have to do any of this crap in the Japanese version, so play that one instead. We've got a new final lap game as well. It feels like we've had a lot of games that followed its formula, but this is the proper sequel, obviously still retaining the link-up play that made the original such a success. For the most part, Final Lap 2 doesn't exactly reinvent the wheel. It offers more of the same on the graphics and control front, although more of the same does come with a choice of 4 tracks as opposed to the single one you had in the first game. The Suzuka circuit is still there, and is considered the hardest of the 4, and it's joined by the USA, an oval-shaped test track a la Pole Position 2, as well as Italy and Monaco. This does allow the game to be a bit more enticing for beginners, seeing as that USA track is a very straightforward one and allows just about anyone to get to grips with the game. There's not a whole lot else to say, but it is still the same high quality of racing, and it was, again, a huge hit, especially in Japan, where it was a top 3 overall arcade for both 1991 and 1992, only beaten by the all-conquering Street Fighter II juggernaut and Final Fight. Right, we've got a pretty sizable entry coming up. 3D so far for Namco has been limited to the racing track, but our next title is going to go into the world of rail shooters, and it's a big deal. So big, in fact, that it required an entire circular room all to itself. This is Galaxian 3, and it originally made its debut at a 1990 expo in Japan before being transferred to Namco's Wonder Eggs Tokyo theme park in 1992, where it remained for the rest of the decade. It's a Laserdisc game, but with 3D graphics overlaid on top of it, and it was designed for as many as 28 players to go at simultaneously, all of whom would be pushed and pulled around by some serious hydraulics. It was supposed to be like a roller coaster, it was supposed to be utterly uncopyable, and it more than fit the bill. A true masterpiece of arcade design overseen by Namco's genius head cabinet designer at the time, Shigeki Toyama. As outrageously ambitious as this game was, perhaps the largest cabinet there's ever been for an arcade video game, it did prove to be a pretty significant success. Eventually, smaller 16-player versions of the game were produced, and in 1992 there were even smaller 6-player versions that could perhaps be more agreeably fitted into a regular old game centre. This is gaming as an amusement ride taken to the extreme, and it did cause a couple of other folks to try and do similar titles, things like Sega's Cyberdome and the like. Now unfortunately, Galaxian 3 as of yet cannot be played in MAME. However, there was a version of the game released for the PS1 in 1996 that contains the original version of the game, subtitled Project Dragoon, as well as a bonus storyline called The Rising of Gorb. While it's certainly not the incredible high-resolution experience that you'd have got on the original arcade's monstrous 120-inch projectors, it's still a way to at least get a taster of the game. It certainly looks pretty cracking, with the Laserdisc and 3D graphics actually mixing together quite well, complete with a hell of a lot of music, sound and speech, and Namco are going to produce a couple more games in this vein following the huge success of this one. As many as 4 players can have a go at this on PS1, and you do kind of need multiplayer for it. If you're playing this in single player, you're not going to have much hope of completing your mission, at which point you'll be met with a very depressing ending where Earth gets blown to smithereens. It may only be a taster, but this is still a useful record of a very important arcade game. I should mention now that Project Dragoon was followed up in 1994 by another episode of Galaxian 3 in much the same vein, called Attack of the Zolgear, which was sold as a conversion kit. Unfortunately, this one didn't get a home version, and I don't think there's any way of playing this as of yet unless you've got the actual hardware. We have another smaller affair next. It's Kyukai Dachuki. You may think that this is related to the Yukai Dachuki game that we saw earlier, and you would be right. However, you might be surprised to know that it's a baseball game, a rather tongue-in-cheek one featuring characters from that game, as well as the odd cameo from a bunch of other Namco folks. This is at least a fair bit different looks-wise from the World Stadium games, with a much better graphical sheen and a bit of scaling here and there, but it does still largely play the same as any other baseball title. You can at least make a bit more of an exaggerated leap or dive to catch some balls, which can be quite handy. Still, yeah, silly characters or not, it's baseball in the end, and not a game that I typically get along with. This one also got a Japanese-only port to the Mega Drive. Up next is a game that I find to be rather underrated. It's Marvel Land. Certainly when it comes to the arcade version anyway. This also got a rather middling Mega Drive port, where it's the game that you may possibly know as Talmit's Adventure depending on where you are, but the arcade version is much more impressive. This highly colourful platformer is set in a fictional theme park where a prince named Paco is trying to save a princess named Luxie, and the various rides are appropriately impressive. We've got roller coasters, fun houses and the like, all with a bunch of nice rotation effects, and there's plenty of cameos in the game to go along with the usual power-ups. While the Mega Drive version of this doesn't get a whole lot of attention, this arcade version is pretty damn good. Definitely a platformer that you ought to give a shot to. Almost exactly 2 years after the release of this arcade, Namco would open up their own very real theme park, the aforementioned Wonder Eggs in Tokyo, which would actually prove to be quite successful. It operated from 1992 to 2000, several years more than it was actually supposed to last, and around 6 million people visited it in that time. And here's another really good game that's not very well known. Pistol Shogun, or Pistol Daimyo no Boken, is a humorous shoot-'em-up that comes from the same universe as the earlier Bravo Man. I'd never heard of this game at all before compiling this video, and it's actually terrific. There's a hell of a lot of humour in it, some very creative boss fights that rely a lot more on accurate shooting as opposed to simply laying down tons of firepower, and the gameplay is rock solid, matching the game's character. Really great stuff this. I mean, you can't go too far on with a game that's title roughly translates to Adventures of Feudal Pistol Lord, can you? Obviously this is another Japanese exclusive. The themes are so out there that there's no way it could be anything else, although it did get an Arcade Archives release in 2022, and I highly recommend it. It's time for our annual regular old baseball game. Hey ho. We're retro gamers, and as we get older we get more familiar with annual procedures, so don't worry too much. This'll be over soon. In short, Pro Yaku World Stadium 90 Geki Tuhan is exactly the same game as the original one, and the one from the previous year. The new suffix that translates to fierce fighting is little more than a hideous fib to make you think it's different. The earlier Dachuki-based baseball game was a lot better and a lot more impressive. This is just... well, what's even the bloody point? I mean, I presume it features updated rosters and teams, seeing as they're loosely based off of the real Japanese ones, but that's little more than names on a scoreboard. As you can probably tell, I have absolutely no time whatsoever for this. There's not an awful lot of unreleased and cancelled games that have leaked out of the Namco archives, but we do have one of them here, a game called Puzzle Club. This is a pretty minor affair. Basically, it's a sliding block puzzle game where you have to arrange the various tiles into neat little lines in as few moves as possible, obviously with a time limit. Not much more than that, although there are a couple of intriguing things. One of the tile sets features Pac-Man and his family. So in a roundabout way you could class this as a sort of entry into the Pac-Man canon? If so, it is surely one of the most obscure ones of them all. This game also has a fair bit in common with Mega Panel, another sliding block puzzle game with a more competitive edge that was released onto the Mega Drive in the same year. It's no surprise then that both that game and this one were designed by the same guy, someone named Satoshi Noematsu. It seems as though Puzzle Club has been dumped for a long time, since around 1999, and while it's not fully complete here, it is more than playable, if you like this sort of thing. Another bout of sliding closes the year. This is Sokoban Deluxe. As you might expect from a game with Sokoban in the title, this is all about shoving crates around in a warehouse and getting them to where they're supposed to be. As usual, you have a time limit, and you can restart a stage immediately as many times as you want within that time, as well as undoing your moves if you've only made a minor flub. There's definitely a connection between this and the previous unreleased game too. Sokoban Deluxe uses the same in-game music as Puzzle Club does. That aside, Well, if you like soccer band games, then this is another one to look at. I like these a lot more than sliding block games of the puzzle club sort, so I'm all good with this one. It doesn't take too long for the puzzles to become pretty head-scratching, especially considering the strict time limit. A perfectly acceptable bit of casual arcadey brain teasing. We're starting off 1991 with another highly impressive arcade machine, although weirdly we have to begin this entry with what ordinarily would be the last game that I'd cover from this year, that being Winning One 91. It's another bout of System 21 polygonizer 3D driving action, and once again this can be played with up to 4 linked cabinets, however there is still only one track in the game. All this is pretty good and still very impressive. But the real attraction here isn't Winning One 91, it's a game called Driver's Eyes. I've paired these games together because Driver's Eyes does use the same track as Winning One 91, and as such is a very similar game indeed. But the cabinet makes the difference. Driver's Eyes uses 3 System 21s, powering 3 displays for an ultra-wide panoramic view in an environmental cab with LCDs that even correspond to your speeds and gears. In other words, it's an absolute beast. Unfortunately, the almighty triple display is yet to be fully implemented in MAME. The game is playable, but it's only a single screen. But damn, that is quite the arcade cab. Now this isn't Namco's only foray into the world of big multi-screen racing by a long chalk. There's also Unos Roadster, which could be found at various trade shows in 1990. However, that one's best to leave until the next part, when we cover Ridge Racer. We've got another really cool arcade here too. This is Golly Ghost, and it's a shooting gallery, but one with a big twist. If you didn't know anything about this game and just fired it up in MAME, you might be confused. Why is it nothing but a black screen, with these ghosts seemingly coming in out of nothing at all? What's the point? The actual cabinet tells the story here. The house which these ghosts have occupied is actually represented by a diorama that is inside the cabinet. It's a dollhouse complete with doors that actually open and close, and rooms that light up. That's the cool bit right there, and even if you're obviously not going to get all of that into MAME, you can get overlays and other bits to emulate it. The game itself is a pretty simple shooting gallery where you need to get enough points in order to get to the next wave. It's also important to remember that this was actually a ticket redemption game, so the gameplay loop itself is naturally going to be quite simple and pretty short, but damn, what an awesome ticket game this is, and what a fabulous cabinet. It took 5 years, but Rollin' Thunder finally got a sequel in 1991, and it's a pretty good one. The walk and shoot action is still much the same, but that's obviously still fine, and the graphics are naturally a lot stronger. This is a much more detailed and much more colourful game that's still got the original 60s spy flick character about it. That, and not only can you choose between either Albatross or Layla, but you could have both of them teaming up for some cooperative 2-player action. While we've seen some of Namco's older titles get radically transformed over the course of this retrospective, Rollin' Thunder 2 does fine by keeping the same style, only with some welcome improvements. Like some other titles here, this also got a port to the Mega Drive, and that port was also a decent one. Right, we're going back to the world of 3D rail shooters for the next 2 games. Speaking of older titles that are getting a radical transformation, our next title is Solvaloo. It's the return of Xevious, only this time it's for a fully 3D rail shooter with no laserdiscs required. I should say from the outset that this was a frustrating one to capture. It doesn't really work in MAME, and the Wii Virtual Console version is also a pain in the arse. So we have to make do with what I was able to get. While this update is obviously pretty major, Solvaloo does stay very faithful to the Xevious aesthetic. It's quite bright on the whole, and naturally a lot of the enemies are quite familiar. You do get a big old blaster that you can use along with the regular old shooter, and naturally there's a nice environmental cabinet to go with the game. It is all very nice, but I just wish I could get a bit more footage of the game in action without it crashing. Still, while this is good, the next rail shooter we're looking at is a much bigger deal. So here we have Starblade, another big success for Namco in the 3D department. This one had an intriguing development. It was originally designed as a single-player version of Galaxian 3, but instead it took a life of its own and became a wholly original project, a rail shooter where you play as a starfighter named Geosword, and you have to take on a planet-sized super weapon named Red Eye, as well as the commander flagship that you fight throughout the game. Naturally, there's another big old cabinet filled with hydraulics to go along with this grueling space battle, and there'll certainly be plenty of movement as your ship twists and turns all over the place. It all feels like a proper cinematic fight. The Star Wars influence is certainly obvious, but Starblade definitely deserves recognition as an unofficial Star Wars title, feeling like a true successor to Atari's classic vector-based game. Rightly, this game was a huge triumph. It condensed the action you would find in something like Galaxian 3 down into a single cabinet that was obviously much easier to reproduce, and the result was a hugely popular, well-loved and greatly influential game, with so many other rail shooters both by Namco and others taking plenty of leaves from Starblade's book. Unlike the previous title, there's also a good few ways to play it. Obviously there's MAME, but you do have the contemporary ports to platforms like the PS1, 3DO, and even the Mega CD. While those can be a bit of a low-res mixed bag, Starblade is also available as an unlockable in Tekken 5 on PS2, and that's a great deal more faithful.
It's in the central energy chamber.
We are still in the realm of the rail shooter, although this time it's for a more traditional light gun based affair. This is Steel Gunner, a happily excessive shooter designed by the legendary Kazunori Sawano, where you need to destroy a cyber terrorist organisation named Sturm, who are hell-bent on destroying the entire world. And so you don a big old mecha suit, and naturally you start blasting. In many ways this does feel like an unofficial Robocop title. Of course, as a game, this is one of plenty of titles that followed in the wake of Taito's mega-popular Operation Wolf. However, Steel Gunner is definitely one of the best of them, primarily because the action quickly gets to wild extremes, and much like other triumphs such as SNK's Beastbusters, the setting is a wholly different kettle of fish, as opposed to just aping Opwolf's jungle super soldier aesthetic. This is solid stuff indeed, and again it's got another great cabinet courtesy of Shigeki Toyama, who deserves name recognition for all of his work in that department. Indeed, this would be Toyama's final cabinet design. After Steel Gunner, he moved on to designing games, several of which we'll be seeing in the next part. After all of these really exciting titles, you can bet your ass that I am absolutely enchanté and over the friggin' moon to be covering another World Stadium baseball title. But wait, this is Super World Stadium. The whole thing does indeed have a new coat of paint with better graphics and all of that, but it's still much the same game with the same irritants, especially in the fielding department. Perhaps the biggest irritant though is the incessant soundtrack. If you've ever played a bunch of Japanese baseball games, you quickly grow to resent the traditional baseball chants that soundtrack seemingly every single game, and they are particularly annoying in this one. I mean, the music actually sounds out of tune. Just get this off the monitor, I no longer wish to see its face. We close out 1991 with something that's a bit more old school. It's Tank Force. Obviously the inspiration for this Japanese exclusive title is an old Namco classic, that being Tank Battalion, not to mention its Famicom-only sequel, Battle City, and the results here are naturally pretty good. Obviously we've got a new graphical sheen, but there's now lots of different types of tanks, as well as a lot of power-ups, the usual spread guns and the like, but also bombs, lasers, force fields. All sorts, as well as the ability for as many as 4 players to take part in the game depending on the cabinet. Also, there's the odd boss fight, coming at you every 4th round. A single screen game like this is certainly a relaxing sort of ending after a year that's been filled with 3D triumphs, but Tank Force is a jolly good one, especially if you're a fan of the earlier titles in this series. So, we're into the last year of this video, and how do we start 1992? Well, with a Japanese exclusive quiz game, of course. These games always present irritations because they're obviously impossible to play unless you know the lingo. But they were popular, and that's why studios made them. Happily, Namco didn't make all that many. This is Bakuretsu Quiz Makyu Daiboken. The gimmick here is that you play as a duo of Indiana Jones-esque adventurers named Scott and Stanley, whips and all, and you need to grab some jewels. Other than that, it's a quiz that I can't play, so there's not much to say. Here's something better. Bubble Trouble is the second Golly Ghost game, and even if these are simple enough titles, they're always nice. Once again, the cool cabinet is the main pull. This title has an underwater theme, and it actually projects video animation onto the diorama. Now, while this is obviously tricky to reproduce in MAME, you can still give it a go. It also tends to be slightly more forgiving than the original Golly Ghost, so you may well end up playing it for a bit longer. Once again, if you were playing this in a real game centre, you'd get a bunch of redeemable tickets for your exploits. This surely must be one of the best ticket redemption games of them all. Arcades are full of this sort of thing nowadays, so really these Golly Ghost titles would still undoubtedly kick ass on the floor. Beautiful creations. Up next, we have the 2 Cosmogan games. By way of transitioning from the last entry, it's worth noting that Cosmogan originally started out as another popular ticket redemption game in 1990, an electromechanical shooter of the sort that obviously can't be recreated in MAME. From there we get 2 video games starring these villains in 1992, and we're looking at Cosmogan The Puzzle first. This is a very nice take on the already classic Tetris blocks in the well formula. You stack blocks and the aliens known as jammers, ideally putting the jammers in a neat formation so that they can be eaten by a sphere, which you get every 3rd group. The blocks disappear if they form a line, but it's all about trying to get as many jammers down as possible, even if it means building high. It is satisfying when it comes off right. Now, you may well know this title by another name. When this game came home, it was reskinned and became an entry into the Pac-Man series, specifically Pac-Attack. A very nice bit of puzzling action that, again, ended up being quite popular with or without the inclusion of the almighty Pac. The other Cosmogan, which was actually released before the last one, is Cosmogan The Video. This is more of an action game, and to be more accurate, it's a bit of a spin-off from Galaxian, something even brighter than Galaga 88, where the ships are very cutesy, and there's even more power-ups that you can use, such as a spiderweb that will slow all the enemies down, or a massive black hole that will remove a ton of them. The game does play a bit easier than your bog-standard Galaxian or Galaga, I feel. It's pretty generous when it comes to giving you lives and the like, although there is a bit more variation in the enemy's attacks. Plus, there's a little bonus stage where you have to stop the Cosmogan from taking your cargo. This is actually a recreation of the original Cosmogan electromechanical arcade. So yes, this is all totally fine. Not the greatest Galaga game or anything, but it's a neat sideways entry in the series. Here's a funny little Japanese exclusive, Xevious. I was half expecting this to be a bit of a homage to Konami's Castlevania, and there is actually a bit of that here. However, the game itself is actually something of a riff on Hudson's Bomberman. You play as a medieval lord, and your job is to defeat the other lords. Naturally, you'll do this by catching them out with bombs. Unlike Bomberman, you don't use those bombs to blow up blocks and uncover power-ups. Instead, you use a whip for that, which breaks down the blocks and can also stun the opposing lords. Even if this game is a little derivative, I appreciate the variation. You also get the odd enemy kicking around, such as a big old fire-breathing dragon that spawns loads of power-ups if successfully taken down, as well as a witch that the most successful player faces off against at the end of the game. Not a bad little title, really. FA, which is short for Fighter and Attacker, is another shoot 'em up. This one's a bit more typically military themed than some of the others we've seen, although it is rather well done. The main gimmick here is that you do get quite a lot of craft to choose from. There are in fact 16 separate planes, all of which have their own set of weapons. There's a bit of Xevious formula going on in that you've got both air and ground weapons, although your ground weapons are now missiles as opposed to bombs, and they do have a little bit more range than the classic Xevious bomb does. It's a pretty good shooter on the whole, not one that stands out a great deal in terms of setting, but it is very well executed. The Namco wiki also tells me that this is apparently the only Namco arcade game to feature the classic "winners don't use drugs" splash screen that you'd find all over the arcade floor back in the day. A strange little factoid that I thought warranted a mention. Final Lap is back for another go-round, and while you should be utterly familiar with the formula by this point, it's not as if the arcades didn't welcome another bout of action with this highly popular series, even if this one wasn't as successful as the other two games had been. The gameplay and graphics have once again not changed all that much, however Final Lap 3 does feature 4 entirely new tracks, concentrating on Europe. And yes, this game actually does not include the Suzuka circuit. Instead, we have England, France, San Marino, and Spain, which in track terms translates to Silverstone, Paul Ricard, Imola, and Circuit de Catalunya, respectively. There is once again a bit of a hierarchy when it comes to difficulty. Spain is the easiest track, England is the hardest, and the other two are somewhere in between. There's not a whole lot else to say that hasn't been said in the other Final Lap entries, but it's another fine entry for this legendary series of scalar racers. Still, as 3D becomes more prominent for Namco, you wonder how many more of these games there are going to be. Steel Gunner 2 is up next, and unsurprisingly it offers up a bunch more in the way of Mecha Cop action, where you're fighting a hefty cyborg terrorist force who, once again, want to blow up the entire world, because they're evil and all of that. If you enjoyed the first game, you may well enjoy this, as it's generally not that different, although I will say that you do get a lot more in the way of blowing up buildings in this sequel, and it is also a fair bit more bloody. Not gratuitously so, but there's definitely some claret flying about. They could sell the game as a conversion kit. Specifically, you could convert Taito's Operation Thunderbolt into Namco's Steel Gunner 2, with the option to also replace Thunderbolt's joysticks with Steel Gunner 2's for a little bit extra. Games like this were still all the rage in arcades at the time, so this was just the sort of deal that a thriftier operator may choose to take advantage of. Anywho, it's another cool rail shooter. Ugh, bloody hell. Yes, it's baseball again. Another bout of Super World Stadium is upon us, this time in its 1992 incarnation, and once again there's basically no difference between this and the last ones we've covered, aside from it featuring the appropriate teams for the season. Unsurprisingly, there's not a whole lot here that I haven't already said, although there are two versions of this game, the regular Super World Stadium 92 and the Gekituban or Fierce Fighting version. What's the difference? Well, it's mainly one for the operator. There's an option to favour one particular team, and if you do this you get an attract mode screen featuring the team's mascot, their stats, their logo and their flag and so on. This is at the very least a nice little touch, especially if you've got a machine near or at the stadium or whatever. Other than that, I have absolutely nothing whatsoever to say about anything else related to this game. And here we are. It's the last game of 1992, and the last game of the second part. It is fitting that this video ends here on the track, considering how much racing we've been doing, and our final game is Suzuka 8 Hours. Again, you may well know the drill already. This is final lap only with bikes, and of course, the very familiar Suzuka circuit, which by now has surely featured in as many Namco games as Solvaloo, the Galaxian, and possibly even Pac-Man. Still, being a bike game does make it a bit different from Namco's other racing efforts. This is all about leaning on the bike, just as is the case in Sega Taiko classics like Hanon, Enduro Racer and GP Rider. And of course, you've got the link. As always, 4 2-player cabinets can be linked up for a maximum of 8 players participating, trying to get as far into the race as possible or complete anywhere from 3 to 6 laps. The formula may be familiar, but it's still a recipe for success. Suzuka 8 Hours was another strong hit, particularly in the States. The old salty scalar dogs aren't quite finished yet, it seems. And there we go, that's the second part done with. And by this point Namco are in a pretty damn excellent position with hit games coming out of their ears. And as we get further into the decade and into the world of 3D, it's only going to get better. There's plenty more classics to get our teeth into as we get into the third part, so do join us for that later on. But hopefully you've enjoyed this second foray into Namco's excellent arcade works, and until the next time, bye for now. For the third and final part of our look at Namco's arcade titles, we're starting in 1993 and going all the way up to 1999, where there's a whole lot more classics to look at. Of course, a lot of the games that we're going to be looking at are 3D, which shouldn't be a surprise. In this period, 2 companies basically lorded it over everyone else when it came to 3D in the arcade. One was Sega, with their Model 1, 2 and 3 boards. We've already covered the exceptional work that they did there in the past, and Namco was the other one. We've already seen the majority of titles they released on their System 21 polygonizer hardware, but they'll reach even greater heights with the System 22 and 23 boards, not to mention System 11 and 12. Those were the boards that were based on PlayStation hardware. So you can expect to see a whole load of famous games here. If you spent any time in arcades back in the mid-late 90s, you're likely going to know a whole load of these, and a lot of them also come inside some truly iconic cabinets. There's plenty to get through, so let's not waste any more time and get straight into 1993. We're firing our engines up with the original Air Combat. This game doesn't bear a massive amount of relation to the likely more famous series of console titles that followed it, but it's still a pretty impressive combat flight game for the time, one that's pushing the System 21 to its absolute limits, so much so that it is still classified as not working in MAME. As it is, the game is largely playable, however there are certainly some major issues with the graphics. A fair few of the arcades we'll be seeing in this vid concentrate on short yet highly impressive experiences, and Air Combat is the first of these. The goal here is simply to eliminate 6 enemy planes inside of a minute, and the type of plane you're facing depends on the difficulty you've picked. You only face 1 plane at a time, so it's essentially 6 rapid dogfights, with the tangos whizzing around and trying to evade your missiles. A lot of the experience would, of course, come from a tremendous environmental cab. Look at all that detail, a thing of beauty. There was also a smaller, compact version of the game, certainly less impressive, but presumably a cheaper option. Cyber Sled is another System 21 game. In fact, it's the last one we're going to be looking at in the video before Namco do their big hardware upgrade. Once again, this game can be a bit sketchy in MAME and is classed as not working. It is at least playable for a time, however it will very likely crash at some point. This is a 3D tank game that's all about one-on-one combat. You've got a gun as well as some missiles, you dive in and out of cover, sap the enemy's health bar, collect refills and the like. It's pretty entertaining. Is it as glorious and as deep as something like Sega's Virtual On titles? Perhaps not. Although to be fair, this was released a couple of years before that series started. You do get a few different vehicles to choose from, as well as the choice between the regular mode and training, which is nice, and on the whole it's a neat little title with a little bit of a learning curve, as opposed to being something like the last game that is a bit more of a theme park ride. While this game is a bit rickety in MAME, Cyber Sled did get a worldwide port to the PlayStation in 1995. Obviously not quite as strong graphically, although it does add some more vehicles into the mix.
Missiles.
Now of course, not everything in this video is going to feature polygons. We've still got plenty of nice 2D stuff to look at, and we start here with Emeraldia. This takes us into puzzle game territory for some classic chucking gems down the well action, with the twist being that you have to crack blocks before you can then make them disappear. You crack blocks by creating a column of 3 identically coloured emeralds, at which point you can then remove them from the well by placing another block of the same colour next to them, either vertically, horizontally or diagonally. It might take a couple of goes to get your head around this concept, but it's a pretty nice puzzler once it does click, and it does have a couple of different modes to go through. Once you play the regular mode for a bit and the mechanics of the game make sense, there's a versus mode as well as an adventure mode to look at. It's all quite lovely. One other thing we'll certainly be seeing a lot of? Baseball games. Yep, there's plenty more of these. We actually start here with something a little different to the normal Super World Stadium antics. This is Great Sluggers, New World Stadium. The main difference between this and Super World Stadium is that Great Sluggers is a bit more realistic when it comes to player proportions and all of that. It's trying to be more normal on that front. Aside from that, well, it doesn't play all that differently to the Super World Stadium titles. The thing about these games is that by this point I have played so many of them that by now I'm at least able to be a bit more competent at them, able to judge the timing on the batting really well, and even fare a little better in the pitching and fielding departments that I normally always struggle with. Now, does this mean that I particularly like the title? Not a whole lot. Baseball games simply aren't my bag most of the time, but I do see why Namco made so frickin' many of them. They did sell. In this video, we are going to see Namco break a whole load of ground in the fighting game genre. Having had very little history in the genre beforehand, they'll be one of the leading lights in it by the decade's end. However, all of this is going to happen thanks to 3D titles that we'll be seeing later. It is not going to happen thanks to Knuckleheads, a 2D fighter from Namco that almost no one remembers nowadays. Not that it's necessarily a bad game. This is of course one of many fighters that came out in the wake of Street Fighter II's phenomenal success. Everyone had to have their own take on the genre, and this is Namco's. Every fighter here has a weapon, and there's a couple of other twists. You actually have a jump button as opposed to simply pushing up, and it is actually possible to have fights between more than 2 people. Now the jury's out when it comes to how well that actually works, but it's certainly novel. The actual fighting is largely based around charging up attacks by holding the buttons down, so it certainly does play a bit differently from a lot of the more generic fighters in the big old peloton that followed SF2 around. Not remembered at all, especially not when compared to the fighting games to come, but it's not that bad. Certainly better than other efforts by big studios that I could mention. Martial Champion. Here's one I have a lot of fond memories of. Lucky and Wild. This takes us into sprite scaling land, and it's a vehicular pursuit game a la Chase HQ, although the emphasis here is much more on shooting as opposed to ramming, as you pursue your perp and blast your gun at them in a big old movie-style shootout. The game's got tons of character and all sorts of one-liners, lovely graphics, and a pretty different sort of play, definitely one that warrants a lot of love. Of course, it's also definitely a game that's designed for a duo, the sort of arcade that really promotes two-player escapades and isn't the same at all without it. Lucky and Wild is playable with a single player, mind, which is kind of cool when it comes to the arcade cabinet. You've got one hand on the wheel, one's holding your gun, working the pedals with your feet. It's not ideal, but it certainly works. Alas, this can be perhaps too much of a challenge to get properly going in MAME. If, like me, you've only got the basic interfaces to work with, then trying to recreate the effects using a mouse and a gamepad just isn't going to cut it, because it kind of requires having a third hand. Not that this is the fault of the game in the slightest, of course. It's still a brilliant title, and I'm glad to have played it properly back in the day, because honestly, that's one of my best arcade memories.
Continue.
We do have a few more quiz games to look at, or at least point out and move on from very quickly. This one here is Netto Gektu Quiz 2, which roughly translates to Hot Fighting, Fierce Fighting Quiz Island. And once again, there's all sorts of exotic cutscenes that all come in whenever you get past a series of questions. As ever, it's all Greek or rather Japanese to me, so we may as well move on. Arcade goers had already enjoyed waggling their joysticks and rapidly fingering their buttons for quite some time before our next game came out, but Newman Athletics here is another very fine entry into the track and field tradition. The twist here, as befits the name, is that the competitors are superhuman. So for instance, instead of doing a regular old 100-metre race, you'll be doing a sprint over several miles and outrunning a drag racer. Fun, eh? Actually, it is a lot of fun. The presentation is brilliant in this title, and it's not simply a matter of taking old traditional events and slapping a futuristic coat of paint on them. While having a regular old javelin replaced by hurling a missile about is fun, Newman Athletics shines with events such as Interceptor or Versus Express that are actually a fair bit more novel than the regular athletics norm. Damn fine stuff, and definitely worth a look if you're into this sort of thing. Right, here's a big title, possibly one of the video's biggest, in fact. We've seen 3D games from Namco already, and plenty of them, but Ridge Racer is the game changer, the one that puts them right at the forefront with the phenomenal success to match. Not just when it comes to arcade success, seeing as it was one of the world's biggest games in 1994, but as a killer app when it comes to establishing the Sony PlayStation as the new console of choice for many people. The game already had a long history before its full arrival to the arcade. I briefly mentioned Unos Roadster in the second part of this look at Namco, an impressive attraction that could be seen at various Namco trade show stands and the like from 1990 onwards. Here you could sit inside a model of the Roadster, also known as the Mazda MX-5, and play a flat-shaded driving simulation that took place over 3 screens, a la Driver's Eyes. This machine still used the old System 21 hardware, but it was the next evolution that would mark the debut of System 22, Sim Drive, from 1992. This featured both at expos and at Namco's amusement park, and, well, it's beautiful. You've got an absolutely massive screen and a full-size shell of the Mazda MX-5 to race in. That and this is, of course, a different game already. We're not working with flat shades anymore, because we've got textures. Neither Unos Roadster nor SimDrive are available to us, sadly, but SimDrive is the prototype for what would become Ridge Racer, hitting the arcade floors in October 1993. This is pretty clearly a different kettle of fish to anything we've seen in 3D up to this point. Look at all those textures, look at all that speed. It is, of course, stunning. Once again, this game put Namco neck and neck with Sega. Ridge Racer hit the arcades a couple of months after Sega had begun testing for the equally exceptional Daytona USA, and they are definitely very comparable. That and Namco's hardware tended to be sold at a slightly cheaper price than the Model 2 that Sega was offering, and there wasn't a huge amount of difference between the two, at least when it comes to what the player sees as opposed to the inside workings. Now, of course, it helps that we've got a fabulous game in general. This is still a lovely racing title, filled with highly memorable presentation touches, all a commentary, a great track, and a beautifully slippy style of racing that's perfect for the arcades. You can't exactly go on here, and it deserved all of the success. It had plenty of different cabinets too. There's the usual sort of environmental cab and the like, which are already damn good, but then you have the more limited edition efforts, including one of the most amazing of them all, the Ridge Racer Full Scale cab, which is essentially a scaled down version of what you had with SimDrive that would cost an operator $250,000 back in 1993. Now, I've linked an amazing article in the description from the arcade blogger that goes through the story in detail of what is very possibly the last surviving example of the Ridge Racer full-scale cabinet in the entire world. That's definitely worth reading. Ridge Racer? Bluntly put, quite simply, marvellous. As always, there's a little bit of a come down as we go from covering such a landmark title to, well, a more straightforward sports game. But hey, there's actually a fair bit to enjoy about Super World Court. This is definitely better than the first tennis title that we saw back in part 2. It's a lot faster and smoother and more entertaining. It's very easy to get into some nice long rallies here, and that's appreciated. What's most interesting though is that there is a bit of kookiness. You can play on all the usual surfaces that you would expect, but there is also a slightly weirder one where all the officials and line judges are now variations of Pac-Man. Oh, and you can also play as a cat, foregoing the racket in favour of whacking the ball back with your paws. A tennis game where you can be a cat? Well, surely that's enough for the game to be considered perfect, isn't it? Anyway, this is quite amusing. In many ways, this feels like a forerunner to Smash Court Tennis, the series of much more light-hearted and arcadey tennis titles that Namco would have success with in the home. Oh, what? Just because Namco released a baseball game with more realistically proportioned players, you didn't think that they'd bother to release another Super World Stadium game? Ha, come on, wise up. Obviously, we're now playing Super World Stadium 93. And yeah, not an awful lot has changed. This is very much the same deal as before, complete with the same music and the graphics and all of that. The only difference is that, presumably, all the teams and rosters have been appropriately updated. I will let you in into something of a shock, however. We actually won't be seeing a Super World Stadium game in 1994. Just what does the future of Namco's baseball games look like? Well, you'll have to keep watching to find out. I'm sure you're on tenterhooks. With all the big buzz of 3D and the release of Ridge Racer, there's something else that's becoming ever clearer. We're starting to reach the end of the road when it comes to the sprite scaler games. Sadly, they're now at the point where they are getting to be thought of as obsolete. However, they aren't going away without a final flourish. Namco have 2 of these coming, and the first is 1993's Suzuka 8 Hours 2. This is, of course, the motorcycle version of Final Lap, and while graphically this isn't an awful lot different to the first Suzuka 8 Hours, this does feature a choice of 4 tracks as opposed to one single Suzuka circuit. Naturally that's here, but you do have Green Hill, Bayside and Devil's Canyon chucked into the mix. With the exception of Suzuka, these tracks are totally original. As ever, you can't go too far on with this, especially if you're already a fan of Namco's racing titles. Seeing as they're one of the best to ever do it in the arcade, then this is just another damn fine title to add to that reputation. We start off 1994 with Namco on familiar ground, but evolved somewhat. Ace Driver is the next in a long line that goes back to pole position, then through final lap, winning run, and driver's eyes. It's Namco and it's Formula 1 racing. While Ace Driver doesn't take place on the ever-familiar Suzuka circuit, it still gives you one fine track filled with adverts for other Namco games, the odd cheeky reference to the Namco polygonizer hardware, and plenty of opportunities for blazing speed. And of course, as with so many other Namco racers, there's plenty of options for multiplayer. Operators could link up to 4 two-player cabs together for a maximum of 8 players at once. Ace Driver isn't exactly as well known these days as Ridge Racer is. Perhaps surprisingly, it didn't get a port outside of the arcade, which might be a reason for that. However, it was another arcade hit for Namco. The US mag Next Generation did a bit of reporting on the game, and you might be surprised at just how many operators went all out to get the full 4-cabinet 8-player experience out of Ace Driver and other Namco games like it. It is yet another exceptional arcade racer. Up next, we've got Cyber Commando. The title may possibly clue you in that this is the sequel to Cyber Sled. We've got more tank battles in big old 3D arenas, complete with a bunch more vehicles to choose from, ranging from those that are familiar if you've played the original, to ones that are brand spanking new. The improved System 22 hardware definitely makes a big difference. This is undoubtedly a much better game in every single department than the original. Also, unlike the original, this one actually works fine in MAME, which is a bonus. This is another highly recommended game if you enjoy this sort of one-on-one action. Unfortunately, it's not exactly as well known as the original. There's no PS1 port here, and the game didn't actually leave Japan. As with the original title, this game can be a little tricky to get to grips with. Once you figure out the controls, you've got to try and find the best way to get a drop on your opponent and pelt them with a very limited supply of missiles, all while not leaving yourself utterly out in the open. It is very cool once you do get a handle on it though. Alas, this would be the last game in this short little 3D tank series, but it is a goodie. Speaking of the last game in a series, it's time for Namco to say goodbye to the sprite scalers and goodbye to the almighty Final Lap. Final Lap R, the R stands for Real, is the last entry in one of Namco's most successful ever series of games, but the team behind it are making sure they go out on a high. Everything about Final Lap has been overhauled, with new improved graphics and better controls to make this as big of a bang as possible. We are just about pushing sprite scaling to the limit with this one, and the smoothness of this game makes that pretty apparent. I mean, the only other scalar racing game I can think of that's comparable to this, technically speaking, is Capcom's Slipstream from 1995. It's great to see Final Lap ending with its best entry yet. Once again, you've got 4 courses to choose from, with the selection consisting of Germany, Hungary, Belgium and Brazil. Again, the tracks have different levels of difficulty, with Germany being the toughest Final Lap course of them all. Lots to be getting on with. Even if the sprite scalers had long had their day by the time this title came out, Final Lap R was still a success, primarily in Japan. Clearly the name was still strong, and it ends up being a great swan song for a style of arcade game that was so dominant back in the second half of the 1980s. Get your hot dogs and beers and all of that, cause it's baseball time again. Great Sluggers 94 New World Stadium is actually the only baseball game we're going to see this year, in fact. Have Namco decided to bring the almighty Super World Stadium to an end in favour of this more realistic looking game, complete with, shock of horrors, real players from Major League Baseball? Well, I suppose we'll have to see. Much like the first one, Great Sluggers 94 is a fine enough baseball game. The presentation has definitely taken a significant boost, especially when you consider that Super World Stadium has basically been the exact same game released over and over for the last couple of years, and it does play nice and all of that. I can't exactly find a whole lot of fault in it, really, especially when compared to some of Namco's earlier baseball titles. Baseball fans may want to throw a knuckleball at this game, or give it a bunt, or do a change-up and give this a try, or I don't know, insert your favourite shitty baseball puns here. We're still in Sportsland, and we're going to the world of football, or, you know, soccer. Again, it's funny, Namco have been kicking around the arcades for ages, and usually it doesn't take too long for big studios to chuck a footy game onto the floor. But in the case of Namco, it's actually taken them until here in 1994, and the arrival of the J-League in Japan finally entices them to make and release J-League Soccer V-Shoot. Although, as the title might suggest, this game only came out in Japan. Once again, it's a title that's very true to the norm. Side-on arcade football, much like Football Champ or Super Sidekicks, complete with all the teams and all these samba drums that you'll find in any J-League based game from this time. It's not a standout title by any stretch of the imagination, in other words, although the gameplay is perfectly okay. Don't worry, we do have other much more original games to move on to, and we will be getting there very soon. We've got another bout of vertical shooting action. Not the most famous one that Namco have ever released, but it's not too bad. This is Nebula's Ray. This is something of a successor to the earlier Fighter and Attacker, seeing as most of the same team worked on both games. Although I would say that the earlier title is actually better here. The main gimmick of Nebula's Ray is something that you kind of expect to see a bit of from this era, and it often hasn't aged all that well. It uses loads of pre-rendered sprites, and while that certainly wowed crowds back in the day, it does look a bit flat now, with not a lot going on in the way of animation. It's a perfectly average shoot 'em up in the end, but there's an awful lot of games like this kicking around, and to be blunt, there's not a whole lot that really makes Nebula's Ray shine compared to so many other titles. "1994 has been a bit bland in the world of Namco so far, but don't worry, the year is going to end very strongly indeed, and it starts here with another one of their highly successful and justifiably famous titles, one that is still a big attraction in the arcades to this day. It's Point Blank. The adventures of Dr. Dan and Dr. Don still make for one of the definitive casual light gun games ever made. It's everything from a breath of fresh air compared to all sorts of other light gun titles that deal in all sorts of blood and guts, to another highly important title that, again, sets Namco on the way towards leading the pack in a new genre. We have seen fine shooting galleries from them already, particularly with the likes of Golly Ghost, but this is another level. The appeal of this game, especially as a competitive two-player blast, goes without saying. There's so many entertaining and very comedic levels that test everything from how quickly you can hammer that trigger to how accurate you can be with a single shot. But what tends to get overlooked a bit is that this is the first game to feature what is surely the greatest arcade light gun ever made. Now, while it didn't officially get this name until it arrived on the PlayStation, for simplicity's sake we will call it the GunCon. A frankly perfect instrument with just the right look, the right weight, and especially the right recoil. While the GunCon is probably more associated with a title we'll be seeing next year, it did debut here on the arcade Point Blank, and the flawlessness of this device goes a long way towards making this game great, whether here or on the PlayStation, where it actually took until 1997 for Point Blank to get ported. 30 years have passed, and if you're in an arcade that's got Point Blank, well, chances are you are still going to have to queue up for it. For what it is, it's a perfect game. We're going back to Ridge City. It's no surprise to see Ridge Racer 2 come so quickly after the first title. While this is another one of those sequels that's much more like an update, it does make a few very important changes. On the surface, you may not notice too many of them. The HUD is a bit different, the game's added a rear view mirror, there's different and remixed music, it's all that sort of thing. By and large, this is still the same track from the original. But of course, the big difference is the one that you don't see when you're in MAME. Whereas the original Ridge Racer was a single player only game, this brings Ridge Racer into the Namco tradition of linked up cabinets, where you can link up as many as 4 2-player cabs for a maximum of 8 racers going at it. Doing this was very important indeed. Sega's Daytona USA was Ridge Racer's main competitor, and the biggest edge that Daytona had over Ridge Racer was that it had that link-up capability with up to 8 players, whereas the original Ridge Racer could only have 1. With the release of Ridge Racer 2 in June of '94, both games are now basically neck and neck. In the end, they are both stone-cold classics that are equally lovable, but back then the competition was most certainly fierce. Which one did you prefer? Those big hits? Yep, they most certainly keep on coming. The competition between Ridge Racer and Daytona USA is one thing, but now we have the competition between Sega's Virtua Fighter and Namco's brand new 3D Fighter. At first, when previewed by mags who'd seen it at expos, such as 1994's AMOA show, it was known as Rave War, but on release it would become known to everybody as Tekken. It's everyone's introduction to the fine practice of throwing your firstborn off a mountain to see if he's strong enough to inherit control of your clan. It was designed after Namco had poached a few of Virtua Fighter's creators from Sega, particularly Seiichi Ishii, and it is once again another stupidly important title. Not just for being the start of another massive series, but for being another big grab for the PlayStation early on. As successful an arcade game as the original Tekken is, it is also, in an odd way, a harbinger of the bad things to come for the arcade, and that's largely down to the hardware that powers it. As detailed in a 1995 feature in Edge magazine, the game was originally supposed to be made using System 22 hardware, but a meeting with Sony head honcho Ken Kutaragi and a discussion of what was going to be in the PlayStation led to the creation of the System 11 board, hardware that is very much based around the console, and Tekken would be the first System 11 game. And so Tekken was available in basically arcade-perfect form on the PS1 mere months after it arrived in arcades, with the result being that it would be, according to the Guinness Book of Records, the first PS1 game to sell over 1 million copies. The fighting, the characters, the play... I mean, they don't need too much of an introduction, of course. We will have a good few other Tekken entries to really get into that, but when you compare it to its main competitor, Sega's Virtua Fighter 2, well, it's not quite as good looking. Indeed, you would perhaps say it is just that little bit worse in all departments, but that's hardly bad considering it's running on far cheaper hardware. It is very, very competitive. Virtua Fighter 2 would still be more successful, particularly in Japan, but Tekken already wasn't that far away from it. Even if this is the first game of many in the series, and probably the one that people are least inclined to play today considering how far Tekken has come, Namco's Fighter hit the ground running. We've got one more game from 1994, and it's another really damn good one. However, this might actually be one you're not that aware of. Tinkle Pit is an absolute old-school treasure of a game, a single-screen maze where you drag a ball about. You hold the line button down, make as big a line as possible, and then release it to smash up any enemy that happens to be in its path. And you can also fire a couple of projectiles. Damn near all the enemies are from other Namco games. In the main, you've got Pukas and Figars from Dig Dug, as well as other guys from Toy Pop, whereas power-ups will also turn you into something Namco related, whether it be Pac-Man or Silverloo or the Galachip, all sorts. There's tons upon tons of references here, but crucially they're all bundled into an absolutely wonderful game. Very pretty, very playable, one that's hard to put down once you start playing. Tinkle Pit only ever came out in Japanese arcades, which is a shame because it is unquestionably one of the best Namco arcade games that you have very likely never heard of. Sure, the game's title may sound slightly like a nickname for a toilet, but ignore that and go play the game now if you haven't. It's a proper arcade gem. We're now in 1995, and once again we're taken to the skies. Air Combat 22 is, as you might expect, the sequel to the original Air Combat. You may have thought that Air Combat 2 might have been a more suitable name for the game, but it's called 22 as a reference to the System 22 hardware that powers it. In fact, I believe that this is one of the first games to use an upgraded version of Namco's hardware called the Super System 22, one that's capable of chucking a bunch more polygons and special effects onto the screen. The aim of this game is largely the same as the first, in that you're mainly taking on enemy planes in dogfights that can vary wildly depending on the difficulty you've chosen, although naturally we've got a lot more detail and the fights actually do feel a fair bit more complex in terms of what both you and the old bogey can do. Plus you'll eventually end up in some sort of big old boss battle at the end, usually against something like an aircraft carrier. This is the last time we'd see Air Combat in the arcade, but there's plenty here that would go on to influence the series in the home. The first Air Combat game would hit the PS1 a few months after this game's release, and it would be pretty successful there. This is obviously the game to go for if you want to play an arcade version, not least because this actually works properly in MAME, unlike the original.
I'm hit! I'm hit! Nice one, just move away! I'm hit! I'm hit!
Namco continues to push boundaries when it comes to environmental cabs, particularly those of the body motion variety. As we continue on, we'll see more games of that vein that aren't just limited to the racing track. Here, for example, we have Alpine Racer. This is a game that I have lots of memories of, a big old cabinet that invited you to climb up, get your feet on those big ski controls and get moving down the piste. I must say I can't recall ever being that good at it, but it certainly was a laugh for the 2 or 3 minutes that it lasted. Now, this is obviously a pretty tough one to recreate here in MAME. The controls are quite exotic, and I haven't really found a way to make the title workable. Unfortunately, this is going to be the case with a few games of this sort that we'll be seeing. Still, just seeing this game does bring back a lot of fond memories. This was certainly still an area where the arcades provided something that you absolutely could not get in the home. But, of course, we've still got lots of racing games. Namco pushed out so many of the damn things, you may well find a bunch that aren't remembered that well at all nowadays. Something like Cybercycles, for example, obviously doesn't hold the same sort of name recognition that a classic like Ridge Racer does. This is, as you might expect, the 3D System 22 successor to the Suzuka 8 Hours line. You get on your bike and lean all over the shop, potentially play against your mates, and you do have 2 different circuits to choose from, as well as several different flavours of motorcycle. As ever, it's perfectly enjoyable, even if it perhaps lacks a little bit of the personality that you find in something like Ridge Racer. I think a sequel to this one would have had a good chance of being a proper humdinger, but in the end this was the only Cybercycles game. You've seen Ridge Racer, you've seen Ridge Racer in a Formula 1 car, and you've just seen Ridge Racer on 2 wheels. Now, here's Ridge Racer Off-Road Edition. This is Dirt Dash, a game that sticks you in jeeps and largely replaces the clean surroundings of Ridge City and Green Hill with dirt and swamps and the like. I did have a fair bit of trouble controlling this one in MAME for whatever reason, so you're going to admittedly see some quite hideous gameplay here, but you kind of get the idea, because this by now is Namco's bread and butter. Just as you had scalar titles like 4 Tracks and Suzuka 8 Hours, you now have 3D titles like Dirt Dash and Cybercycles. Namco put in their stamp on as many forms of racing as they can, and it's pretty much all, at the very least, decent. With all that said, in this instance, Dirt Dash does rather pale in comparison to Sega Rally, and there's not a whole lot of competition between the two. Once again, there wasn't going to be a Dirt Dash 2. (1993's Newman Athletics was a very nice take on the classic old athletics genre, and happily we now have a sequel. 1995's Muck Breakers is indeed an even better rendition with even more creative events, but this one only came out in Japan. There's more athletes to choose from, and the events get even more out there. How do you fancy running through blocks of ice as if they're nothing? Or dragging a fully sized freaking Godzilla standing across a city? Or jumping from a balloon in order to smash the ground as hard as possible on impact? There's a lot of fun to be had, and the way that the game's set up means that you aren't necessarily going through the same sequence of events each time you play. You can pick and choose what you do, which is nice. Muckbreakers is a pretty fabulous sequel, and even if these games aren't amongst the most successful track and field titles ever made, they're definitely amongst the best.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namco decided to take another big look back through their extensive history with our next entry. You may recall that around this time they started releasing their Namco Museum collections for the PlayStation, bringing a bunch of their arcade classics into the home. Well, the first volume of Namco Classics Collection was released into the arcade in conjunction with Namco Museum, and it's actually quite interesting. You get 4 games in this compilation, those being Galaga, Xevious, Super Xevious and Mappy, and while the original versions of all these games are present and correct, the arcade also features special arranged versions that, in most cases, actually change quite a lot. Galaga, for instance, is not only full of new and very pretty patterns for the alien ships to go in, but also features a whole load of new power-ups for the ship, while Xevious makes a whole load of modifications, new enemies, new stages, and both of these games also feature some very cool new music, definitely something fuller than the original Xevious's catchy yet ridiculously short 4-second loop. Mappy's arrangement is also pretty good. This one concentrates on a simultaneous 2-player experience, while also adding some different mechanics, such as trapdoors. I wouldn't say that any of these arrangements are better than the originals, but there's certainly different takes on them that are quite interesting to see. While they've been re-released a couple of times here and there on different compilations, they aren't exactly the most famous entries into these respective series, that's for sure. Definitely worth looking at. In the midst of so many big and busty 3D titles that are all about the technology and the wowing and all of that, it's very nice to see something that's not just a 2D title, but one that's beautifully done, creative. Hell, one that doesn't actually have a whole lot of other games that are similar to it. 1994's Tinkle Pit was one of those, and here in 1995 we have the absolutely fantastic Outfoxies. Masataru Umeda's game is pioneering, a fighting game but one like no other before it, where you pick one of 7 highly skilled assassins, and your mission is to take out the others in stages that aren't just chock full of weapons, but also full of environmental hazards. Hell, the stage will likely be completely different by the time a match nears its end. The weapons also vary wildly. You've got everything from your standard pistols and machine guns to highly explosive bombs and rocket launchers, to the slightly sillier implements like fruit baskets and bowls of soup. There's a ridiculous amount of them. It's another game that is absolutely chock full of character while also being exceptionally playable, almost like a fighting game version of Rolling Thunder, and criminally it was never released outside of Japan. However, it is quite an influential game indeed. While it's never been fully confirmed, a lot of people consider the Outfoxies to be a clear influence on Super Smash Bros., what with its heavy emphasis on projectiles and stages that can change dramatically mid-fight. This is an absolute beaut of an arcade. It should have been released worldwide, and it should have been a massive hit, as it's just so refreshing and different. We do have a lot of justifiably successful and excellent arcade games in this part, but none of them are quite like the Outfoxies.
Gun. Rocket launcher. Gun.
Rave Racer is one of what I suppose you could call multiple sequels to the original Ridge Racer, and despite being the full-on arcade one, is probably one of the least known of all the sequels. People would probably mention titles like the PS1 only Ridge Racer Revolution and Rage Racer over this one. As is often the case, that doesn't mean that Rave Racer is a bad game at all. It makes the usual additions that you would expect, with 2 new tracks, one in an entirely new city and another on a mountain, to go along with the classic Ridge City course. That, and you can also get new graphical sheens, control tweaks, and a force feedback wheel on the cabinet. There's not a whole lot here to dislike, and it was certainly all appreciated at the time, although if you were to just look at it today, you may not think that it's much of a sequel. It doesn't help that Rave Racer never left the arcade. A PS1 version was announced at one point in EGM, but it never ended up happening. For what it's worth, I can't say I remember seeing Rave Racer all that much back in the day. Despite the arcades at this point being absolutely packed out with 3D racing games of all sorts, this isn't one that sticks out in my memory as something I played until right now here in MAME. It is still a perfectly good entry in the Ridge Racer series, mind you. Yes, we are still on the track, although this is something a bit simpler. It's Speed Racer. This is a licensed arcade game based on Tatsuya Yoshida's manga, and this is actually one of the very last gasps of sprite scalar racing. This title uses the System FL board that also powered Final Lap R. Unfortunately, this game doesn't work well in MAME. It's chock full of graphical errors, particularly when it comes to the road surface, to the point where it is just about unplayable, especially seeing as most of the time you can't see when you have to jump. As such, I can't exactly be too critical about this. From what I can find online in the most typical of sources, this was not a popular title, and magazines like Next Generation compared it quite unfavourably to the full 3D racers that were by now all over the shop. Just to clarify as well, there is a Speed Racer game on PS1, released only a year after this. However, that is by Galaga and is totally different to this game here. Definitely one of Namco's more obscure titles from this period, and not one that tends to generate a whole lot of interest. The king is back. Allow him to reintroduce himself. Yes, it's the return of Superworld Stadium. It turns out in the end that Great Sluggers, with its boring old realistically proportioned players and other such nonsense, simply wasn't going to cut it. Superworld Stadium did take a year off, but now it's firmly back, bunting all over that outfield and smashing homers right into the bullpen. And if you think it's going to have changed an awful lot over the course of its break, then you're dead wrong. The graphics do look a little better, and some things have changed a little, but generally speaking, yep, it's the same game. The same by now perfectly serviceable baseball title that I'm sure must have still happily appealed to many. And hey, that's often the nature of sports sims. Although if there is one thing that particularly pisses me off about all of these Japanese baseball games, is that I wish that over all of these years the crowds had actually managed to learn more than 2 sodding chants for these games to recreate. I mean, for heaven's sake, duh, 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 duh. Bloody hell. Once again, the really big games are coming at the end of 1995. As much as the original Tekken made a whole lot of waves, Tekken 2 was the slam dunk that established Namco's fighting game series as the new world's #1. It shipped around 40,000 arcade cabs around the world, and then proceeded to sell around 3 million copies on the PS1 in the space of a couple of years. It made David James crap at football for a time because he'd be up playing it all night, and it had queues out the arse no matter where you went. Tekken 2 is obviously a landmark. In most areas, it's not a radical overhaul of what's there in the first game. Seiichi Ishii, the guy who Namco pinched from Sega after he'd helped create the original Virtua Fighter, is still in charge, although a certain Katsuhiro Harada did work on the games from the beginning, initially only credited as voice actor for Law, Yoshimitsu and Kunimitsu. We've obviously got more polygons, and we've got more moves. There are plenty of tweaks here. Really, the biggest change though is in the roster. It's not that there's a huge amount of entirely new characters in Tekken 2, but there's a whole lot more playable ones. In the original arcade game, the sub-bosses and Heihachi weren't playable at all, no matter what you did. In arcade Tekken 2, Heihachi is not only playable from the start, seeing as Kazuya is now the main boss of the franchise, but all of the sub-bosses are unlockable. Either they get unlocked through beating the corresponding character's story mode, or they appear after the machine's been on for a set amount of time. Ultimately, after weeks or indeed months of operation, you'll be able to play as everyone, from Armakin and Gunryu to the Angel and Devil Kazuya. Oh, and obviously don't forget Roger the Kangaroo. Arcade goers gradually figured out that time unlocks were a thing in this game, and they worked pretty well. As much as Tekken 2 didn't need it because it was such a juggernaut, it obviously helped maintain a lot of interest in the game. While people would generally say that Tekken 3 has aged a lot better, and they would be right, Tekken 2 is obviously a very important game indeed, and can hardly be overlooked.
You lose. Final round. Fight!
From one arcade classic, straight into another. Time Crisis is here, and it's one of my favourite arcade games of all time. I can't even tell you just how much time and money I sunk into this one back in the day, and there's no way that I couldn't pick it as my all-time favourite light gun shooter ever, simply based on that. With this out the way, Time Crisis offered a simple yet genius addition to the light gun genre, one that changed the game completely: the ability to take cover. You, super secret special elite beat agent one-man army Richard Miller, must constantly duck in and out of cover in order to not just reload, but to dodge. You certainly don't want to be out there with your head in the open forever. It's a simple enough thing, but it felt so much more dynamic than the regular time-based likes of Sega's Virtua Cop, and using that big old pedal felt so right. That and you're always against the clock. Obviously you can't stay in cover forever because you've got to take out the groups of the Wild Dog's foot soldiers as quickly as possible. It's very satisfying to cut those groups down rapidly in a blaze of fire, and it's even more enjoyable to figure out the odd shortcut or take down one of those special enemies that give you a couple more seconds. That and there's the quick rush of blood and the need to get down when there's some sort of hazard or a rocket, or one of those pink goons that are a hell of a lot more accurate than most of the game's stormtroopers. Tremendous boss fights, pumping music, the gun con. I love this game dearly. It's another one of my all-time favourites from Namco, and it was something that I played for years, basically whenever I saw it in an arcade. We've got one final game here in 1995, and it's another big 3D one with a multiplayer component. However, it is not a racing title. Tokyo Wars is actually a competitive tank game, one that's dearly loved by fans of the genre. Essentially, this is a big and busty 3D take on Battlezone, where you and up to 7 other tank pilots roam either the streets or the docks of Tokyo, firing at each other and seeing just who's going to be the last one standing. If you're just playing this on your own, then obviously that's not the complete experience. What you get is more like a little taster or a practice session where you take control of one team and the game only lasts a minute or two, as opposed to the more epic length that a multiplayer bout can go to. It is possible for a game of Tokyo Wars to last up to 15 minutes, after all. This title was hugely popular in Japan. It's got another zinger of a cabinet, especially the deluxe version where you can feel a whole bunch of recoil every time you take a shot from the cannon. It's not as well known as the previous 2 titles we've looked at, but it is a cracking arcade game. "1996 starts off with another big salvo of racing-based environmental cabs, so let's have a quick run through them. Ace Driver Victory Lap is the sequel to the first game from 1994, and it improves matters in various areas where you would expect it to. You've got better graphics, and you do have more than one track. Here we have 3 to pick from. Writing about these games can certainly get a bit repetitive, seeing as Namco do have a very set formula here. You make the first game with just a single track, and then the second game comes roaring in with a couple more tracks and a bunch of other improvements here and there. It's all good, although Ace Driver did end up getting dropped following this title. It kind of marks the end of a tradition for Namco, seeing as this is the last Formula 1 game that the company would release for 13 years, a surprise considering how much success they've had with this type of racing. Ace Driver would return in 2008 for Ace Driver 3 Final Turn, which is actually the final arcade game to be released under the regular Namco name. It's all Bandai Namco after that. Alpine Racer is also back with a sequel. Here's Alpine Racer 2. Again, this isn't exactly an easy game to play on MAME thanks to its unique controls, but it's certainly a title I remember. Everything from the big old machine to the message telling you to watch out for people behind you when you dismounted it. It's a fabulous experience in the actual arcade, but certainly not as great an experience in the home. While we're at it, we may as well cover the other Alpine game that got a release in 1996, Alpine Surfer. This is pretty much the same deal as Alpine Racer, only we're now on a snowboard instead of skis. Alpine Surfer does have a bit more of an emphasis on doing tricks, making some nice grabs when you're up in the air, grinding on rails and all of that. It's perfectly cool, although once again it has controls that are tricky to emulate. Alpine Surfer definitely got a lot of attention back when it came out, as I'm pretty sure it was the only game of its kind. I certainly don't recall any snowboarding game arriving in the arcade before this one, and certainly not one that would actually stick you on a snowboard type controller. It is all very nice, although it's much nicer if you ever get the chance to play one of these machines properly. Of all of these big environmental cabs that aren't just about cars and motorbikes though, there are two from Namco that are my absolute favourites. The other one is coming in a few entries' time, but here's the first, and it's Aquajet. This is the one I played the most. I absolutely adored this game in the arcade, riding a big old jet ski, doing all the jumps, trying to score as much as you can. Playing this in MAME, it is surprising to see just how basic it really is. As with so many of these titles, it is only one rather small course, and playing it using a gamepad does remove a lot of the challenge from the game. Still, there was a time when I would play Aquajet literally every time I visited the arcade, and the actual act of leaning and rocking the jet ski around certainly made the game a fair bit tougher than it appears to be if you're simply firing up the ROM. I feel like this is one of the lesser known entries into Namco's big old environmental cab canon, seeing as there's really not a whole lot of info available on it, or many people talking about it, but this is a pretty special title as far as I'm concerned.
Time extended.
We finally move on from environmental cabs, but we're moving to something that's, perhaps a little bit more risque. It's Dancing Eyes. Made by Masatero Umeda, the same man who brought us the absolutely amazing Outfoxies in 1995, Dancing Eyes falls into the same category as games like Gal's Panic and the like, only it's in 3D. Whereas a lot of these games tend to be inspired by kicks, this is more like a 3D version of Konami's Amidar. You guide a monkey named Urusa-san around a grid, filling the squares by going over the lines, avoiding enemies and gradually revealing more of the model that's hidden inside the crate, or vase, or carton of milk or whatever. Once they're fully revealed, you'll get a bit of a dance. It should be said that Dancing Eyes isn't all about revealing scantily clad women. You get to pick what stage you would like to go to next, and if you want to do something like get a dance from a big old cow, well, you can do that. There's a lot of comedy here, and the actual game itself is pretty damn good. It's certainly a cut above most other adult games that you would find in the corners of the arcade floor. An HD remake based around the PlayStation move could have been released in 2011, but it ended up getting cancelled for unknown reasons. Much less interesting, quite frankly, is Dunkmania. This is a 2-on-2 3D basketball game, and to be honest, there's not a great deal to say beyond that. One thing that is worth mentioning is that both this game and the previous title, Dancing Eyes, used the Namco System 11 hardware, and that didn't necessarily mean that a port to the PlayStation was a surefire thing. Neither Dancing Eyes nor Pac-Mania left the arcade, and while that is kind of a shame in the case of Dancing Eyes, you could take or leave this one. Not that there's much wrong with it, it's just a very generic bit of 2-on-2 basketball in early 3D. It's not exactly NBA Jam, and it certainly didn't set the arcade floor on fire. Indeed, this game didn't even leave Japan. Here's another one to add to the quiz game pile. Kosadati Quiz My Angel is actually the start of a series of titles, and seeing as we'll be seeing another 2 of these in the video, we may as well just look at the whole lot now. The gimmick with these games is that they're parenting quizzes. You raise a child from the age of 0 to 25, answering questions in each year, and how well you perform determines both the amount of money you have to raise the child, as well as their personality. The second game from 1997 sees you raising twins, and the third game from 1998 adds a pet into the mix. There's also another game that spins off from these called Derby Quiz My Dream Horse. Basically the same thing, only it's a magnificent equine beast instead of a squealing little brat. If only they'd called it My Lovely Horse instead, that would have generated at least a couple of mild titters. Here is something better. It's the second volume of the Namco Classics collection. Once again, we've got 4 big titles from Namco's archives, and this one includes the biggest of the lot. We've got Pac-Man, Rally X, New Rally X, and Dig Dug here, and once again we've got arranged versions of 3 of the games to go along with the originals. As should really be the case, the arranged Pac-Man sees a lot of changes being made, and it is in fact the best of the whole lot. There's some really fabulous adjustments and tweaks that make this an excellent, much more modern game of Pac-Man, the main one of which is a new ghost called Kinky who can merge with other ghosts and give them special abilities such as dashing or cloning themselves. However, eating Kinky can also give Pac extra power, and there's a lot more to power pellets than simply being able to munch on the spectres. They can also make you dash around or jump about or create your own mirror images, all sorts. And it comes with a bunch of brand new lovely looking levels with great music. This is fantastic. Rally X and Dig Dug are also both absolutely fine. In the main, they both feature a bunch of new enemies and power-ups to go along with the all-new graphics and themes, and they're both totally decent ways to play each game. However, the Pac-Man arrangement is unquestionably where it's at. If you don't want to play it here, it is also available on a couple of compilations, including the recent Pac-Man Museum Plus from 2022. We've got a bit more in the way of mid-sports games. Here's Prime Goal EX. An odd little beast, this one. The J-League Prime Goal series started out on the SNES before moving to the PlayStation, and from what I can see this game actually got released on the PS1 a few months before it came to the arcade. Obviously it's usually the other way around. Rather than being completely and utterly 3D, this is one of those games that sticks 2D sprites on a 3D background. In other words, it's kind of like FIFA Soccer 96 on the 32-bit platforms, and yeah, it's pretty naff. The Prime Goal series in the home is perfectly okay, but this isn't something that works particularly well in the arcade at all. It's certainly not impressive in any way for 1996, considering that Sega's Virtua Striker had already been out for nearly 2 years by this point, so I'm not sure why this got an arcade version, honestly. Feels a bit pointless. Right, here is another absolute beauty of a title, one of the most unique and gorgeous environmental taiko cabs ever to be found in an arcade. Prop Cycle. The name of Shigeki Toyama has been mentioned a couple of times in this series. He did many great things over the years at Namco, having his hand in various landmarks, whether it be designing the original Mappy robot or the iconic Andor Genesis, aka Gafuru Cookie, mothership from Xevious, as well as his work on cabinets like Thunderceptor, Final Lap, and the almighty Galaxian 3. Prop Cycle is something he took full direction on, and it is perhaps his masterwork. Admittedly heavily inspired by Hayao Miyazaki's Kiki's Delivery Service, you play as a boy riding around in a human-powered bike-cum-plane known as the Laparopter, improving your skills by popping balloons. There is actually a little bit of plot, something different from the arcade norm. Indeed, just about everything in Prop Cycle is different from the norm, whether it's the aim of the game or its thoroughly non-violent nature. The game is playable in MAME, although doing so does reduce the challenge of it somewhat. There's nothing at all like actually cycling on the cabinet and feeling like you're riding the wind. Everything about this stands out. The aesthetics of the title, something wonderfully pretty in a setting that is actually post-apocalyptic. It's that rarest of things, an early-ish 3D game that doesn't feel like it's aged a day. Unquestionably an arcade classic, one that simply must be played whenever the chance comes along. And here we have another all-time favourite. As awesome as the Tekken games are, I have just about as much love for Soul Edge, a legendary weapons-based fighter and obviously the start of another big series. You always remember the games that just grabbed you immediately, and this one did it right from the first time that I heard that phrase, "Welcome to the stage of history," on the Fighter Select screen. This isn't just a game that I would want to play every time I saw it in an arcade. It's a game I would want to try and finish, normally through playing pretty much exclusively as Siegfried, seeing as he had the biggest sword and therefore was obviously the best character. You can probably find some fault in that wisdom, but I did end up getting pretty decent at the game. Obviously it's got a blinder of a port on the PS1 too, one that's damn near the same thanks to the System 11 board, but I still love everything about this. Even it being a 30 FPS game doesn't feel like a particularly large hindrance, almost giving the fights a bit of a cinematic feel, especially when compared with how lovely the stages still look and the game's beautiful lighting. While admittedly the next game in the series does eclipse the original in nearly every aspect, the love that I have for Soul Edge or Soul Blade puts it way up there for me.
The grueling battle ended with the victory of Siegfried. You win!
And after all this, yes, Super World Stadium 96 is here. And yes, it's the same game as the previous Super World Stadium title. I get an image of everyone else in Namco Towers burying their heads in whopping big and heavily expensive 3D suites, working on the next big arcade. And meanwhile, there's this one guy dressed up in a Yomiuri Giants uniform, absolutely 100% full kit wanker, going around the office shouting, bashing a taiko drum, and doing all those bloody chants, trying to G everyone else up. He's able to do this because it took him about 5 minutes to finish the latest Super World Stadium game. Just take the old names out and stick the new ones in. It's almost endearing, actually. Our final 1996 game brings another old legend back to the fray. It's the return of Xevious. Now of course, Xevious 3DG is the series' second foray into 3 dimensions, seeing as we already had Solvaloo a few years back. This one is a more traditional affair that's in line with the original, although it would be more accurate to say that this has the sort of 3/4, slightly behind the ship view you would find in games like Sylpheed. This is a fairly likeable shooter, especially for one that's fully 3D, although age has perhaps been slightly unkind to it compared to other better titles in the field, such as, say, Taito's Raystorm. Xevious fans aren't necessarily kind to it either. For some, this one strays a bit too far from the Xevious traditions, seeing as you can do things like, well, power up your starfighter, for a start. To me, that's the sort of complaint that does feel a little bit too stuck in the past, but there you go. That said, Xevious 3DG is pretty much a middle-of-the-pack shooter as far as Namco's concerned. It's not bad, but on the other hand, it's not particularly worth looking at. A quick note before we get properly into 1997. This year marks the introduction of some brand new Namco hardware. This right here is the System 23. It's the company's final fully custom designed board. It's capable of 2 million polygons every second. The 133 MHz CPU is over 4 times faster than the one that's in the System 22. It's a beast, for sure. Now, unfortunately, the high majority of System 23 games are still unplayable. By all accounts, it's an incredibly complicated and very unstable bit of kit, and it needs a lot more time in the woodshed. This means that unfortunately we can't really see most of these games, whether they be Downhill Bikers or Final Furlong, Rapid River or Panic Park, and so on. I am chucking a little list of System 23 games up here as a bit of a follow-on for people, because some folks on YouTube have captured footage of the titles here and there, usually direct from the board. We will at least be able to see Time Crisis 2 and Crisis Zone, thanks to both of them getting ports to the PS2. Sadly, those were the only System 23 games that did get a console port. Anywho, with that said, let's soldier on. We start off with something weird and brief. It's more quizzing. Abnormal Check is apparently some sort of quiz game based on dating, perhaps some Tokimeki Memorial type crap. I've no idea really. The odd thing about this is the general look of it and what happens to your strange looking character whenever they get a question wrong. They get completely wrecked, electrocuted, taken off by a bird, their head explodes. That's certainly something. An odd quizzer to be sure. You might get a kick out of it, so long as you know the lingo. Armadillo Racing here is pretty much a novelty title, one that's more than likely aimed at the younger set. This is a very simple and very short game where you control your armadillo with the aid of a trackball, bashing it along and ideally finishing ahead of your opponents. However, you need to be slightly careful. You can't go too hard, otherwise your heart rate will go too high and you'll end up getting a heart attack. Because, well, the game said so. A straightforward little thing that comes in a nice cabinet, essentially an average bit of Game Centre fodder. There's not too much to say, really. So, here's the first proper game from 1997 we can look at, and it's Xevious, God Bless the Ring. There are several reasons why you likely know this game, the main one being that it features characters from Final Fantasy VII. Here in the arcade version that Namco published, you can eventually select Cloud and Tifa, although sadly they are time-based unlocks, while the Square published PS1 version added in Sephiroth, Zack, Yuffie and Vincent. The game itself is by Dream Factory, the new studio headed up by Seiichi Ishii, the guy who headed up design on the original Virtua Fighter, Tekken 1 and Tekken 2. So that's the connection between all three companies here. Dream Factory also made Tobal on PS1 for Square, so there's that. That is a whole lot of intro for a fighting game that, in the end, doesn't work massively well in my opinion. Xevious has a little bit going for it with its full movement, as well as the items it chucks at you and all the variation in the stages, and I will always have a soft spot for a game that features such a clear and glorious Antonio Inoki homage, but it's just not that much fun when it comes to the actual fighting, especially when compared to all the other Namco gems in this genre. Looking at this, I think it's a bit of a shame that the Tobal series didn't get a chance to come to the arcade. Those games are, to me, a great deal more appealing, both in terms of gameplay and Akira Toriyama's art. We are back into the world of sports, But we do have something wildly different. It's Libero Grande. This is the football game that puts you in charge of just one player, a mechanic that Namco actually used previously in a 1992 Famicom licensed game based off of the Top Striker anime series. You pick one of various individuals that are clearly based on real-life players such as Zinedine Zidane, Alan Shearer, Hidetoshi Nakata, Carlos Valderrama and so on, pick a country, and away you go. Aside from on-the-ball stuff, you're handling off-the-ball actions such as calling for a pass, encouraging teammates to shoot, making sure you're staying in the right zones. To me, this is a damn fine game. It's certainly different to the football norm, and eventually the big football games would have their own modes that put you in charge of a single player. However, I think that the slower pace of Libero Grande doesn't make it very suitable for the arcade. To me, this is a title that works a hell of a lot better when played on the PS1, away from arcade constrictions such as having to have a much shorter time limit and so on. It's definitely recommended on PlayStation though. Back then it was a thoroughly refreshing experience. The annoying thing about not being able to look at System 23 titles is that, unfortunately, it seems like we miss out on a lot of the more major releases. To me, I don't feel like I can really say much about a game if I can't actually play it. Instead, we get curios like this, Pocket Racer, which is another version of Ridge Racer. Now, Ridge Racer may be quite old by this point, and this is actually based on the PS1 version with the frame rate to match, but this is something that's more aimed at children. It's got a little mini cabinet, and the game's cars have been replaced by Choro-Q style toys, all super deformed and what have you. Other than that, the game plays exactly like PS1 Ridge Racer, and clearly this only came out in Japan. If the full-scale Ridge Racer cabinet is at one end of the arcade scale, then this is most certainly on the other end, but it is still an amusing little variation. Here's something a trifle unexpected. Namco pairs up with Yux, and we get an arcade wrestling game as a result. This is Shin Nihon Pro Wrestling Tukon Retsuden 3, a series that's mostly on PlayStation. But here, we've got an arcade edition of the officially licensed New Japan game, complete with plenty of their biggest stars, Shinya Hashimoto, Masahiro Chono, Jushin Liger, Great Muta, all sorts. Tukon Retsuden 3 is a pretty damn good wrestling game. In the West, we only ever saw this series once, when the original got a release as Power Move Pro Wrestling, but the wrestling here feels very natural and fluid for being still quite an early 3D game. After all, we are still at a time when the almighty Aki were finding their feet in the genre. I am not totally sure why this one did get an arcade version, and I do feel that, much like Libero Grande, the Tukon Retsuden games are best experienced in the home. This is definitely a wrestling game that leans more towards simulation than arcade action, after all. But it is still amusing to see this game in an arcade setting. If you can believe it, it's Super World Stadium time again. It's 1997, and goddammit, it's still here, and it's still the same. Other people in Namco Towers are screwing around with monster arcade boards with triple-digit speed CPUs. This is still rocking the Namco NB1, powered by the nearly 15-year-old Motorola 68EC020. You gotta love it by this point. I've completely turned around on Super World Stadium, and am thoroughly invested in the series, just resolutely, bullheadedly going absolutely freaking nowhere whatsoever. Sod it. Just release the same game forever. Let's make it to Super World Stadium 24, and we'll still have the same two tunes hammering into everyone's eardrums. Hell yeah! "1997 has felt a bit like a minor year, especially without being able to really look at the likes of Final Furlong or Rapid River, which, make no mistake, were pretty damn popular games. I mean, who couldn't love Final Furlong? It plunked you onto a horse and didn't give two shits what happened to you after that. But all is not lost, for here we have another one of the most important games. The first two Tekkens were already pretty damn great, but Tekken 3 is another matter. Hell, for a lot of people it's kind of where the series starts now. The difference between Tekken 2 and Tekken 3 may not be quite as marked as the difference between, let's say, Street Fighter 1 and Street Fighter 2, but it's where just about all the other essential pieces fall into place, and Namco created something that is immediately and unquestionably one of the greatest fighting games ever made. That, and this is, of course, the game where, following the departure of Seiichi Ishii to form Dream Factory, Katsuhiro Howada takes centre stage as designer and director, the man who would become synonymous with basically all things King of Iron Fist. We've got tons of improvements here, of course. We've got big graphical leaps thanks to the brand new System 12 hardware, a hefty improvement on the old PlayStation-esque System 11. And on the gameplay front, we've got the thoroughly advanced movement. There's all the sidesteps and what have you, something that totally changes the feel of Tekken, and for the better. Another quite notable change in the arcade for this one was that Namco actually made the game a lot less difficult. The AI in the first two Tekken games was absolutely brutal, barely giving human players an inch and reading all sorts of inputs. Here it's been seriously toned down, actually allowing players to get some nice practice in and win a good few matches before taking on other people, which is, after all, what most people really want out of Listen. Between all of these changes, a whole load of excellent brand new characters, and a serious load of Iron Fist lore with the new tournament that takes place 15 years after the previous one, all the great music, and of course, the absolutely incredible port that the game would get to the PS1, something that executives at Namco initially didn't think was possible to pull off. This is one of Namco's definitive titles, without a doubt. The sales alone, over 30,000 arcade cabs and 8 million copies on PS1, kinda speak for themselves there. One of the best fighting games ever. Indeed, one of the best games ever. I have one extra little bit of Tekken in this year. In fact, I've got a bunch of little medal betting games that can be played on MAME, spanning from 1996 to 1999. I thought this was a nice place to go through them. First off, there's a couple of Pac-Man based video slot machines from 1996, Pac Slot and Pac 8. These are simple enough slot machines. I prefer the first one generally, as I like the effect of the ghosts messing around with the display. When you win in these games, you also get a chance to double your winnings by, for example, making a choice between Pac-Man or Ms. Pac-Man. 1997 and 1998 would see two Tekken games in this vein, Tekken Card World and Tekken Battle Scratch. In Card World, you roll the dice with each credit and hopefully land Roger on a card containing a character. If you do, you'll then gradually fight against other Tekken opponents in another random dice battle, again deciding with each successful bout if you want to double your winnings or pay out. Battle Scratch is pretty similar. Two fighters get picked randomly, you choose which box to scratch, and whoever has the highest value wins. Not much else to it. If you want a fuller card-based Tekken experience, I suppose I should mention Tekken Card Challenge, a 1999 game for the WonderSwan that's kind of like an Iron Fist take on Pokemon battles. Finally, we have Tobikose Jumpman from 1999. Here you pick something for our hero to jump over, and there is a bit of timing involved when it comes to hitting go on the springboard, although I presume that the actual jump is random. Again, you can double the height of the jump if you're successful. Simple as that, really. These are all available in MAME, so I thought I should include them. "1998 begins with a couple of quite obscure titles. Attack Pla Rail here is another Japanese-only affair. This is a train game in a similar vein to Taito's long-running Densha de Go series. However, this is also based off of a line of toys from Tomy, and so the aesthetic here is considerably less realistic than you would find in a Densha de Go game. The controls are quite similar here to what you would find in Taito's titles, and I have admittedly only played Densha de Go a couple of times before. That said, it's not like there's a lot of controls in those games, so they are not that hard to pick up. This is a bit more challenging when it comes to figuring out what exactly needs to be done, although admittedly a lot of that is due to the language barrier. That and the battery life of the train does run out pretty sharpish, although I am not versed in the art of making it last longer, or getting more batteries. If you like train games, I do suppose that this is a bit of an alternative to the bigger titles out there. Here's another lesser known title. Surprisingly, it's a fighting game, although Namco only published this one. Fighting Layer, as far as I can tell, only came out in Japan and only in the arcades, and as far as 3D fighters go, this is definitely more in the Street Fighter vein as opposed to the Tekken vein. Mind you, that shouldn't be a surprise. This title was developed by Arika, makers of the Street Fighter EX series for Capcom, and Fighting Layer is essentially an original fighting game that plays a lot like those titles. Indeed, two of Arika's original creations for EX, Alan Snyder and Blair Dame, both end up here in Fighting Layer. I'm not a huge fan of Street Fighter EX, but I can take the gameplay a lot better in an original title. This is a very decent fighter indeed, one that appears to be easy enough to learn the basics of, while adding a few other little tricks like a charge meter and whatnot. To be honest, with 3D fighters being so big at the time, I am kind of surprised that Fighting Layer didn't see any release outside of Japan, nor any kind of home port either. Maybe this is down to some sort of issue between Namco and Capcom due to the similarity of this game to the Street Fighter EX titles? Not sure, maybe. Annoyingly, a couple more prominent System 23 titles aren't available here. While Panic Park is unlikely ever to be playable in something like MAME, seeing as the whole point of the title is to move a massive joystick around and physically barge into your human counterpart, it would at least be amusing to try and emulate it. Still, we do have another very big title here to make up for it, one where once again we are welcomed to the stage of history. Soul Calibur is another one where it's hard to know where to start. As brilliant as the first game was, Namco once again managed to make one of the greatest fighting game sequels of all time, and only a year after Tekken 3. The increased speed and full frame rate are amongst the more notable improvements, but then of course you have the full 8-way run movement, the exceptional combos, the absolute beauty of the graphics. There's a lot here. They took the floorboards up for this sequel, make no mistake. The port here is also notable, albeit in a way that is not necessarily good for the arcades. The original Soul Calibur is certainly getting the absolute most out of the System 12 hardware it's running on, and the all-time classic 1999 port to the Dreamcast was actually an improvement in all departments, including performance, where the Dreamcast utterly outstrips the arcade. More people probably think of Listen as a Dreamcast game first, before they think of the original arcade version, but either way, this is another absolutely brilliant fighting game that's going to establish Soul Calibur in the Namco canon for a long time to come. Folks, I have some big news. We have reached Super World Stadium 98, and at long last, here in the game's 11th incarnation, it has gone 3D. It happened. But don't fret so much, and don't be afraid. This is still the baseball action that you are utterly used to, only with polygons. Now in all seriousness, Super World Stadium actually does make a pretty good transition to the 3D realm. I think I actually prefer the game this way. Part of the reason for that is because it does add a couple of different teams as opposed to the usual recreations of real-life Japanese baseball outfits. I'll save possibly the coolest one for the next instalment, but here for example it is now possible to play as a ladies team. Oh, and don't worry, they can happily twat the ball around just as hard as the Yamuri Giants or the Hanshin Tigers or whoever. Anyway, it's a perfectly okay bout of baseball, and I am happy at least that the soundtrack has also changed to feature more of a crowd as opposed to the same damned chants over and over again. Here's a bit of a landmark. Techno Drive is actually the last Namco racing game that we're going to be seeing in this series. Shocking, I know. While these games haven't necessarily stood out lately, Techno Drive does stand out by being completely different. This isn't so much a racing game as it is a futuristic driving license simulator, a title where you have to complete a handful of tests based around steering, footwork and practical applications, ranging from the more standard art of keeping the car inside the cones to trying to keep a bowl of liquid steady and not losing too much of it. It's all quite novel, and it does come in a very stylised package, trippy visuals and pumping music. My controls for this game in MAME aren't configured well at all, but I still had a lot of fun here. If you were to play this in its regular arcade cab form, you would also end up with a printout of your results, complete with final grade, which is nifty. Anyway, if you ever wanted to see how you could actually get a ton of fun out of Gran Turismo's endless license tests, then Techno Drive is the game you're looking for. And here's another serious hidden gem title. This one's so damn good, and such a great concept, I almost struggle to believe that it never left either Japan or the arcade. Briefly summed up, Tenko Mori shooting is a lot like Point Blank, but the focus is on classic vertical shoot-'em-up action, as opposed to light gun gameplay. You have all of these various tasks to complete, quotas to meet, and seconds to do them in, and it's wonderful. The Point Blank formula works brilliant in a game like this, and there's lots of different levels to pick from. Obviously you're going to get the odd level that's based on a Namco classic like Xevious or Galaxian, but there's plenty of kookier stuff on offer too, whether it's firing hearts at your love on a stage, or defending rice bags from crows that are looking to pick them up and fire lethal bird droppings at you. This is an outstanding little arcade, and frankly I cannot believe that this game isn't better known. It's the perfect marriage of classic shoot-'em-up gameplay with one of Namco's most engaging and enduring arcade ideas. Go and play this one immediately. And here's Time Crisis 2. This is a System 23 game, and although it is actually kind of sort of playable-ish in MAME, I thought it best to demonstrate this one by using its port to PS2. The HUD gets a bit of an overhaul here, and the graphics are definitely improved from the arcade, but the game is much the same. In a lot of ways, Time Crisis 2 is more of the same aside from one crucial addition. We've got another all-important secret mission starring elite secret agents, and the keyword there is agents. Time Crisis 2 is now a two-player game, where you get to work together with a colleague, taking on those bad guys from two angles, and obviously trying not to shoot each other. The PS2 version even allows you to unlock a 2 light guns mode, which is obviously something you could do in the arcades if you didn't mind a ridiculous level of challenge, just because you wanted to feel like Chow Yun-Fat or whatever. There's a few little changes to the gunplay. You are able to unlock different limited weapons at points, such as a machine gun or a shotgun, and another big change is that you get to see when the enemy is just about to hit you, giving you a split second to quickly take cover. Not so short that you still don't have any hope of dodging, but not so long that it's easy. This actually helps quite a lot in making Time Crisis's gameplay that little bit more reactive. Unsurprisingly, this is an absolute smasher of a sequel if you've got even the slightest bit of love for the original. Well, we finally made it to 1999, the last year that we're looking at. And just what do Namco have for us here? Happily, a lot of games we can cover, and a lot of really damn good ones, starting with the utterly fabulous Aqua Rush. Again, I don't believe that this game ever left Japan, and it really should have. Aqua Rush is a superb looking and playing Tetris style puzzler, one where the well is actually upside down and you've already got formations of lines coming at you. The idea is to clear them as quickly as possible by firing those puzzle pieces up at them. It's sort of like the old Konami arcade puzzle game Block Hole or Quarth, but this is a great deal better. The sort of puzzler that really gets your heart racing, especially because it doesn't take long for things to start moving really fast. If you're able to remain composed under such pressure, then you'll do well here. Another not very well known Namco game that deserves a load more recognition. Crisis Zone, on the other hand, is definitely one of the better known titles from this period. It's another very good light gun shooter, and once again I'm showing this game using the PlayStation 2 version from 2004. Now, while this version is in many ways a total remake and nothing like the arcade looks-wise, the original arcade sadly isn't playable at all in MAME. At least it can be featured here using this version. Crisis Zone is a spin-off of Time Crisis, with the twist being that you are now firing a machine gun, and instead of taking cover behind objects and walls, you have a riot shield that you go behind, so you're always on the move. Your riot shield is several orders stronger than the cheap and shitty ones that some of your enemies use that tend to fall apart after a few shots, so don't feel too worried about taking cover behind it whenever you need to. The constant movement in this game does help matters, making the game feel a fair bit faster than regular old Time Crisis, and the setting allows for a whole lot more environmental destruction, which, again, is very welcome. This 2004 remake does have a bit more of a sci-fi aesthetic going for it, which does look nice in its own way. I do personally prefer the less robotic look of the original Mind, and it's a shame that there's currently no way of playing that, as far as I can tell, without the original cab. Still a great shooter though. And here's some more shooter action. We've got a second Point Blank game to come in a couple of entries' time, but here we have a spin-off that not only gives us a 3D take on the classic game's casual shooter action, but also properly ties the series in with its spiritual predecessor, the classic ticket arcade shooter Golly Ghost. Here's Ghoul Panic. This title was actually developed by Ryzen as opposed to being made in-house, but the point-blank formula is utterly present and correct. You play as two ghost hunters named Lisa and Kevin, who are also cats, and you make your way through the different levels of a haunted mansion by completing the various challenges, shooting ghosts in a specific pattern, avoiding the bomb ghosts, accuracy-based stuff like shooting the little ghosts off of a sleeping cat. There's also a bunch of boss fights added into the mix, so there's plenty to be getting on with, really. Once again, this is damn fine stuff if you enjoy this type of game, and lots of people do. So whether you play this either on the arcade or on the PlayStation, where it's pretty much the same, this is a lovely little shooting gallery. And here we've got another shooting gallery game. Well, of a sort, anyway. This is Golgo 13, and it's also by Ryzen, another game that didn't leave Japan. This is, of course, a title based on the adventures and missions of Duke Togo, or Golgo 13, the legendary assassin himself, star of a manga that's been continuously published since 1968, and emotionless emissary of death. As you might expect, a Golgo 13 game is all about accuracy and all about presentation. You get a lot of plot before each actual mission, all of which comes in lovingly done manga panel form. I would assume that these storylines are based off of panels from the manga's rich history as opposed to being entirely original, although I am not sure about that. And then you get the mission itself. Togo takes that single shot at his target, no matter where they are. They could be at the top of a building, taking off in an airplane, it could be a missile that's launching. It doesn't matter, because nothing and no one is safe. You don't have an energy meter so much as you have an accuracy meter that gradually goes down depending on how precise you are. The game doesn't end until you hit 0. Now obviously this loses a lot in MAME, especially if you're just clicking a mouse like I am here. This is all about the cabinet, which features a full recreation of Togo's signature scoped M16 rifle, complete with magnifying lens. I can't knock this one at all, I must say. Once again, it's a wonderfully novel idea for an arcade, and beautifully faithful to its source material. We take a quick break from shooting action for another absolute gem of a puzzle game. Indeed, it's the start of another very popular and very successful series of titles. Here's the original Mr. Driller, spiritual successor to the legendary Dig Dug, and a title that came out of nowhere even for most folks in Namco Towers. This is one of those puzzlers that's perfect for constantly having one more go at. You play as Susumu, and you need to try and dig down as far as you possibly can, avoiding the blocks that may fall on you, and setting up columns-esque chain reactions, and also making sure you keep your air supply totted up. It's simple stuff compared to the fancy 3D games we've been seeing lately, and it ended up catching a fair bit of fire. Mr. Driller's old school charm and beauty made it a big success, firstly in the arcade and then over various home versions. It's perfect casual fun, the sort of game where there's no way that you could ever possibly get away with playing it just once. Even when you fail, you simply have to have another crack at it. It didn't take long for more Mr. Driller titles to follow this original, and the series is still going today. We stay in the land of bright colours and 2D fun for one last shooting game, and it's Point Blank 2, hitting the arcades 5 years after the original. As a matter of fact, the original Japanese release of the game, Gunball, happened in 1998 on the PS1, with the arcade version then coming out a few months later. This is something that would become a little more common for Namco, seeing as they also released an arcade version of Sony's Jammer this year, months after the PS1 version but complete with guitar-based controls that are similar to the game Guitar Jam, that we can't cover here. Regardless of what this means for the arcade going forward, Point Blank 2 is another highly welcome bout of blasting and performing silly challenges. The formula hasn't exactly changed an awful lot, but then it didn't really need to. It's still one of the best gun games around. While mechanical shooting galleries obviously usually can't be recreated in MAME, the brilliance of Point Blank means that's not a huge deal at all, as every stage in this game gives you a crack at a new one, and the experience just doesn't get old at all. Happy days are here again, because we've got another wrestling title. After years of working closely with Sony, the end of the decade would see Namco getting closer with their old mates at Sega. You've got the Dreamcast exclusive port of Soul Calibur hitting the shelves this year, and now we've got Namco releasing arcade games on Sega's Naomi hardware. This is Tukon Retsuden 4 by Yuke's, the final entry in their New Japan-based series of games. Again, this is an arcade edition of the original Dreamcast release, although we're just playing the Dreamcast version here. Easier. As this is Yuke's last game before getting the big old WWF license and presiding over SmackDown, it's certainly possible to spot similarities between this title and that first SD game on PS1. In fact, if you ever wanted to play a WWF SmackDown game on Dreamcast for whatever reason, this is pretty close. The gameplay isn't a whole lot different from the previous Tukon Retsuden or any other game in the series, although the graphics are nicer and the game is speedier. And of course, you can still play as all your favourite New Japan wrestlers. It's still kind of a questionable arcade title, but it is a very good wrestling game. Before we close things out, we do have one last visit to that big old diamond. Super World Stadium 1999, the second 3D instalment. Shockingly, there have been a couple of changes between the first 3D title and this one. In the main, we've now got a full 60 FPS frame rate, which is always nice to see. The baseball action itself is, of course, not a whole lot different, although I appreciate that the game is a little bit kookier now that it's gone 3D. Here I'm playing with a team that's made up entirely of Namco All-Stars. You should be able to make out various folks such as Heihachi, Paul Phoenix, Kumo and others, and there's also a bunch of Namco folks in the Gals team. This is at least a little amusing. You'll undoubtedly be dying to know that there are a couple more instalments in the Super World Stadium series. The final one, Super World Stadium 2001, shockingly, came out in 2001. And so we come to the final game of this video, and the final game of this whole series. And it is perhaps appropriate that this whole thing finishes with another Tekken title. Not necessarily an entry into the main series, but a very important and successful spin-off, Tekken Tag Tournament. Tag-based fighting had been kicking around for a good while thanks to Capcom and what have you, although Tekken's take offers up a few twists, the main one being that only one member of a team has to be fully defeated to end a round, as opposed to both of them. The speedy nature of Tekken and the fact that a particularly lethal combo can virtually cut an opponent down to nothing in a flash means that your finger's never going to be too far away from the tag button. You don't necessarily get as much time with a character as you would in something like a Marvel vs Capcom game. Damn near everyone who was featured in the first 3 Tekken titles is available to play here, with only a few exceptions like Dr. Boskonovich and the licensed Gon. As is the norm in the arcades, a lot of the characters become available over the time that the machine is on. Again though, this is a game that's probably thought of in the main as a PlayStation title rather than an arcade game, specifically PlayStation 2. The PS2 version of Tekken Tag Tournament does feature upgraded graphics from the arcade, and it was a launch title for the console in the West. It is about here where it's a good idea to draw a line, and not just because this is the last Namco arcade game of the 20th century, alphabetically in 1999 anyway. Obviously it gets even more challenging to show all of Namco's arcades from a year. We've already had to miss out a whole load of System 23 titles, and that sort of thing's going to continue. And of course, the arcades are gradually changing, becoming less about video games. We've already looked at titles which came out in the home before hitting the arcade, or got versions in the home that were technically better than the arcade, something that previously would have been unthinkable. And so, after looking at hundreds of titles and a little over 20 years of Namco's arcade history, this feels like a pretty good place to stop. It's been a wonderful journey of discovery, hopefully one that you've enjoyed watching as much as I've enjoyed making, and hopefully one that's helped you discover a bunch of new games to play. But, until the next time, bye for now.